Hello everyone, TLSG here, back again with another daily Marvel Snap live stream. So today we're going live on Twitch and we're going to see how it goes. Typically in the past we have dual streamed between Twitch and YouTube. Today I'm going to test out just streaming onto Twitch and just kind of see how it goes and see how the overall feel is. So I appreciate you guys jumping in and being here. For anyone that jumps over, Kappa, it's like 4 a.m. I'm Kappa 1, that was really fast. And then 2, so it's only 2 a.m. where I'm at. And so it's not quite as crazy, Kappa, but you're the crazy one because you were in here super fast. So we're gonna go ahead and jump into a couple of games with our new Spider-Man card for the transition to pool 3. Cap, I appreciate you jumping in and joining us though. Q, that's crazy. Welcome, Q. I hope that you're having a great day so far. Did Z, and you may excuse my my lack of Twitch knowledge. The little crown next to your name, does that mean I should get mod here too? Yeah, no, Q, absolutely. That just means that you're signed up through, that you have Twitch Prime. Gotcha. So let me, actually, I think I can make you mod really quickly, Q. And so Sinister London is kind of decent for Spider-Man. We'll be able to drop Spider-Man on 5, and then we can duplicate whatever we want to on the turn after. So I think this turn we're gonna storm the middle location, and then we'll plan to drop Spider-Man into Sinister London on the last couple of turns. And I'm working on Marvel Snap Hero, welcome for jumping over and joining us on the Twitch side. I appreciate you being here. Q will time out everyone who beats me. So he's gonna have to time himself out because he beats me quite often. And so let me adjust the. And I'm sure there's an easier way to add moderation, but for right now, I manually added it. You should be there now. Ooh, so they stormed the far right lane. Interesting. So do we lean into the lane that they flooded, or do we lean into our flooded lane and just kind of go from there? I think we lean into ours. I think if they're running a similar, maybe they're running the same build that we are. If they're running theirs, maybe they drop a Jessica Jones into their flooded location instead. Marvel Snap Hero, TLSG would like to apologize for last time. I'm so sorry. Marvel Snap Hero, what are you? Are you referring to? You said you were streaming right after. Is that what you were talking about? If so, it's no problem. You're absolutely fine, Marvel Snap. So they leaned in and did a Jessica Jones here. At least we're going to be able to keep tempo with them. They will be able to move Nightcrawler over to match us. Marvel Snap Hero, no, you're fine. You're absolutely fine. So turn 5, I think we do a Spider-Man here. We're going to go ahead and snap back at him. We're going to do a Spider-Man into Sokovia. We're going to go ahead and drop our Nightcrawler as well. That way we can move ours kind of around the board depending on what it looks like they're pushing. And we should have an easy win condition in Sokovia. And so unless they have a Spider-Man as well, it looks like they're running maybe a mirror match to what we have, but we do have the upside of having Sunspot. And so if they Spider-Man us in return, no, it's a Gamora. Okay. Krispy Kreme, it's 12:10 a.m. for you there? What time is it for me? For me, it is, it's like 2 a.m. for me. But I finished the video. I wanted to do a little bit more. And so then I was working on doing some Twitch, and I wanted to kind of test out and test the waters before we have something, really big or like prime time. And so I figured I'd jump in and see how it goes. And so we're going to go ahead and fill this lane up. We're going to do Iceman. We're going to do Wolfsbane. They're not able to play anything this turn. We can push the lead back in our advantage in the flooded lane with our Nightcrawler. So if they stay, they shouldn't, but if they stay, it should be an easy 8 cubes. We'll take the 4 cube start, and then we'll jump over into the next one. Binks, what's going on? So yeah, I'm testing the waters, Binks. So this one is not on YouTube. So this one is not on YouTube. So this, my bad. I loaded up the stream. So this one's not on YouTube. It is just a secret stream. So what I've been finding on YouTube is that whenever I do a stream, it stops pushing my daily video for that day. And so, Marvel Snap Hero, it's alarming the first time you do it. But what I've been finding is that it stops pushing my video for the day and it pushes the stream instead. And so the hourly views drop by like half if I just do like an hour stream, and then they just never bounce back. And so then I think it's hurting like the overall reach of the channel or those structured videos. And so I'm testing the waters here on Twitch, Binks. But I appreciate you jumping in and joining us. I know that it's going to be a much smaller stream than what we're used to. And then Alexander, I see that you jumped in as well. I'm going to add you as a moderator as well, so that it carries over from YouTube. Binks, yeah, I think that's why so many people do Twitch into YouTube. I think so. And it wasn't whenever it was a smaller, like a smaller viewership, it didn't really matter as much because the search results didn't matter. It was just kind of you had your core viewership and that was enough. But now that there's a much wider audience, it seems a lot more important to let your runners run, so that you're not kind of stifling yourself by doing too much. And then Kappa, hey Binks, when are you forcing TLSG? So Kappa, that's kind of funny. I had to go on an apology spree. I went on it yesterday because with the wave of viewership, I kind of like shut down the private messages on Discord for a while. And Binks was one of them, and we're wanting to do a collaboration. So yeah, I want to make something happen. It's just finding the time to do it. And so maybe if I'm streaming on Twitch, we can find a way to make it happen a little bit earlier than what I would have thought otherwise. Umais, how's it going? I'm so glad that you found our secret little stream. It's so weird seeing everybody. I'm used to recognizing the names by their profile pictures on YouTube, and so it's weird just seeing the names. I have to readjust myself to it. But we're doing something different today. Yeah, so today, this one, I'm testing out a Twitch only stream. And the reason that I'm testing that out, and I mentioned it a second ago, is because on YouTube, it seems like whenever I go live, it starts promoting the live stream instead of the daily video for that day, which makes sense. But then it stops pushing the daily video, and then that kind of starts making it die out. And so yeah, I'm not live on YouTube right now. We're just exclusively on Twitch, and we're testing the waters for right now. And so I'm gonna lock this in over here. I think we probably lose to the Sunspot though. Is the issue, because if this one's locked down, they're just gonna skip. Oh well, that's going to be an easy retreat then. So, yeah, we'll go ahead and retreat out of this one. We'll go ahead and jump into the next one. Binks, so I saw that you were running some pool, like early pool 1, pool 2, or early pool 2 into pool 3 type stuff. You were running a control style deck. Are you playing on your main account when you do that, or do you have a second account that you're working off of? Marvel Snap, so valuable to listen to your thoughts on this, and I haven't made up my mind about anything. So we definitely have a much more broad kind of appeal or draw on the YouTube side because we have a much bigger viewership. But if that's coming out of at the cost of being able to let a structured video that could do well for days, weeks, if that kind of stifles that, I'm just kind of looking at the metrics and seeing what works best. Nothing is set in stone right now, but if we do make the transition, anybody that has a a YouTube membership that for my YouTube channel, I have a way to make it right on the transition over to Twitch. And so I'm not gonna leave anyone high and dry that has been supporting me. And so let's go ahead and play our Angela and Nightcrawler. We'll play it into Necrotia. If we draw Storm, that's perfect. We can change this location. We can get the upside. And then we can kind of move on from there. I haven't done a new account yet, just scrapping in pool 3. I found that it's kind of tough. And my concern was that it's not always as I guess impactful for the pool 2 players. It's better for the pool 2 that are transitioning into pool 3, which I think is kind of where we're getting at now. But before it was like I was going up against the Hela decklist, and they're not going to see Hela for another 2 weeks. And so that was a weird like kind of middle ground. So I have 4 accounts now. I have a Marvel Snap problem for sure, but we have 4 accounts that we're working off of. Twitch feels weird after coming from YouTube. It might be a weird transition for sure. We're still feeling it out, see how it goes. I know that these streams are going to be much smaller than our normal, but we'll see how it goes. Binks, yeah, memberships are interesting. I got offered a partner contract now, which is huge. I saw that some of your streams were absolutely popping off, Binks, which is huge. I'm so happy that you're getting some of that growth and that expansion. It's massive. I love seeing all of these channels that have been grinding for months be able to kind of ride this crazy wave and just get all kinds of cool things, or have all kinds of cool things happen. So I almost think we lock down the Stark Tower lane. That way they can't do like an onslaught. Maybe they do a Mystique this turn, but that would stop any kind of onslaught plays. Maybe we could hold down Necrotia, depending on what we draw into on this last turn. But I think we lock this one down. That way they can't do a last turn kind of capstone there. And then Demon, thank you for following us on Twitch. I hope that you're having a fantastic day so far. Kappa, not gonna lie, Binks was the first Snap streamer I watched. Yeah, and it's huge. He was a pretty big influence in me switching to like daily video content, because he was out there, he was grinding it every single day, and it just kind of like stuck. And so then I adopted that same kind of method. And so the daily videos you can thank Binks for. Binks was also my first, which I then introduced to Mikey. That's huge. I'm so glad that we can like share this, like these viewerships. It's for those early grinders. I'm glad that we have kind of this core dedicated group. It's awesome to see. Demon, hey, how's it going? I hope you're having a great day so far. But Binks, did you already accept the partner contract? I assume that you would. It's huge. I don't see. I wouldn't see you you turning it down, because that's kind of that next step that you were looking for, that next progression. Now people are flowing in. We'll have some flow in and out. We lost by 1. We'll have some flow in and out, and if it's still a small stream, that's fine. This is more to test the waters. 1, to make sure that everything kind of flowed over, like the notifications, the alerts, everything like that flowed over into Twitch, and that I can keep up with chat, that I know the ins and outs. Because I plan on testing the season reset, the new card. I plan on testing that on Twitch exclusively, because I'm gonna have a video on YouTube that I want to be able to sync into those search results, and so I'm gonna jump in on Twitch at that point. And we'll see how it goes with a bigger audience. But I did want to kind of test it first before we lean all the way in for that one. Anyways, and I still don't know what's going to be like a long-term thing, but we're testing and experimenting. We're looking at the metrics. We're very analytically driven, and so like the numbers will help guide our decisions. And then of course the community feedback is huge as well. Bink's probably going to wait a week or so and then do it. So I know that you've been restreaming. Have you had much I guess traffic from the YouTube side? Because I know that one of the Twitch streams that I popped in, you were at like 250 concurrent viewers, and I had a little like mini celebration. I didn't stop in because I was just kind of peeking in, and I was still recording and editing my video. But I was checking in, and I saw that you had a huge amount of concurrent viewers, and I had a little mini celebration for you. So huge things, Binks. I'm sure that there are more huge things along the way. But I guess why would you be waiting? Are you just kind of wanting to fill it out, or so that you can do a few more YouTube streams? You're trying to get a 256x Black Panther Black Panther trigger as soon as possible, and I feel like that's very much your jam, is like getting the most insane combo you can as quickly as you can. I'm working on a deck that I feel like is going to be like a runner, something that can really push and gain some cubes over time. But I feel like as far as like the really flashy, really big titles, I feel like anytime I think of, max power or just like game breaking mechanic, I think Binks. That's like my biggest association with you and your content. I know that you do a lot of other stuff, but like in my head, that is the first thing that comes to mind. And yeah, their Jubilee pulled a rock. It always stings whenever you're running Jubilee and you have a subterranean lane. It always seems to magnetize the rocks. But Q, you said the Twitch stream or feel was better than YouTube, because I think that's a big part of it as well. If YouTube for some reason is just the better like experience, then maybe I find a way to make it work there. It's just if I want to expand into like longer streams, YouTube moderation is very limited. Gotcha. Because if I ever want to expand into like longer streams, then it becomes really difficult to do that whenever I also have a video on that I release that day. And so that's my biggest concern, is like that long-term growth. Right now it's not too big of a deal. The videos are doing fine. The growth and expansion has been phenomenal. I couldn't ask for anything better. But if I have time off of work, so I live in Houston. The Astros just won the World Series, and so our nearby schools shut down because there's an Astros parade, and they're afraid of the traffic that kids won't be able to get to and from school. And so they shut down. A lot of the businesses shut down. And so I'm actually off work tomorrow because they're expecting so much traffic that people aren't going to be able to get to and from work. They're not going to be able to get their kids to and from school. And so, yeah, I have the day, which is another reason why I shot up the live stream tonight, because it doesn't matter if I sleep in a little bit tomorrow. And then Christy, what did you guys miss, or what did you miss? Not too much. We've only been live maybe 15, 20 minutes. We've had a couple of decent games. We lost a couple of decent games. But overall, just feeling it out. We're having a good night. I hope that you're having a good night as well. And we're finally streaming on Sulky Hulky. Sulky Hulky has finally made his stream debut after being around for a couple of months now, which feels kind of bittersweet that we're finally showcasing him. I think now I've streamed every single one of my 4 accounts, which is still, every time I think of how many accounts I have, it's still insane. Just woke up here. What time is it for you, Christy? Because it's 2 a.m. it's 2 a.m. for me here, and we're just. I slept in. I took a nap when my daughter took a nap today, and so I'm not able to sleep. Marvel Snap Hero, where are you? I'm in Houston, and so I'm in a subsect right off of Houston. So I mean, I'm maybe 15 minutes away from Houston, but really close. Oh wow. 8:30 a.m. and 10:26. Binks, yeah, I just wanted to make sure everything's set up properly and do a subathon is going to be huge for Twitch. And there's a lot more subathon support for Twitch than for YouTube. Like the timers, you have to manually do it if you want to do one on YouTube, because I've looked at doing something similar. And so like the timers, if you get a sub, you have to like manually add in the time. Whereas in Twitch, you can have it all integrated. It'll do it all for you, which is huge. And so I think that's going to be big. In a big way to Pink's thoughts on Mattress Max. I'm surprised that you know of Mattress Mac. It's kind of impressive, I'm not gonna lie. So I can't understand Mattress Mac like 99% of the time. He has all of these commercials on the radio. I can't understand it. It seems like it's just all run together. But no, he's a big name. He's a big name. He does a lot of crazy sports bets and a lot of like hedging those bets with I'll give you free mattresses if this happens. And so he's definitely an interesting one from the Houston area. Christy Gamala, can I link my Twitch account with Discord somehow? I'm not sure. I can take a look at it. Oh, Marvel Snap Hero. I guess. Yeah, under the integration, that would make sense that you could. And so I think we're fine. They have a huge Infinite that they played on the board, but we have the Shang-Chi that's going to counter it. We have Nightcrawler coming down in the lane. I assume they would play power into Miniaturized Lab, thinking they have this one locked down, and so we should swing. We should swing these two. I don't think it's going to be an issue. Oh, you found it? Kirsty, perfect. Gooey, discovered the Marvel Snap custom card maker, and now I can't stop making them. Yeah, I saw that it was linked in the Discord a few days ago. I haven't messed around with it too much, but I did take a quick look, and it looks really easy to use, and I think it could make for some fun like community projects within the Discord itself. Marvel Snap Hero, I'm no expert, just found out, just opened the accounts. Yeah, no, and a lot of what I've been doing is very similar. It's just I never opened or ran or moderated a Discord before having the channel, and so I had to learn all of it from scratch. And luckily, we have some moderators on there now that help take care of some of the more technical stuff. But everything else, I was learning. I was learning by myself. Q, oh, this is Sulky Hulky. No wonder I couldn't snipe you. Yeah, we're running on Sulky Hulky today, at least for now. We may pivot at some point, but oh yeah, Q, you have a pool 2 account. I don't know if they would match up with Sulky Hulky though, because Sulky's about halfway through pool 3 now. Finster Green, thank you so much for following us on Twitch. I'm so glad that you were able to jump in and join us. Yeah, I noticed, actually, you commented on today's video, right? I do remember seeing, and if you ever leave a comment and I don't respond, I apologize. I try to keep up with all of them, but at a point, when I fall asleep and then I wake up and it just kind of runs rampant after a while. And so if that ever happens, don't feel like I responded to them all. Huge. I'm glad I was able to. I'm glad I did respond to them. But if there's ever one that you post that I don't respond to, I try to keep up with as many as I can. But at a certain point, it gets out of hand. So we could storm this location. They did a Lady Sif, which discarded a Magneto. So they might be running some kind of weird Hela deck list. This is probably a bot since we're on the lower end of pool 2. Or lower into pool 3. But I'm almost wondering if we would rather lock down this lane on 5 with Spiderman. And unless they have a Hela, that way we could really elevate and push our power where we needed to. So I think we will. I think we're going to play Jessica Jones into Crimson Cosmos. Next turn we'll do a Spider-Man. We can always cap out the location with a Wolfsbane. Unless they can resummon with Hela. Otherwise we should be okay. Q, your other account's still halfway through pool 1. Yeah. And my pool 2 account, I actually had it prior to prior to global launch, and so it was already really close to entering pool 2, and so I didn't have to grind it too hard to get all the way to the end of that pool. So I think we Spider-Man the Daily Bugle location. We have a pretty good lead here already. We can drop Iceman as a way to kind of help push a little bit of extra power. Jessica Jones is going to become an 8-power card. If we can win this one and we pause any play here, then I think we could do something like a Storm and a Wolfsbane, or a Lady Sif and a Wolfsbane on the last turn to overcome their power level in the Daily Bugle. They do have Daredevil, so if it's not a bot, then they'll be able to adjust, but otherwise, I think we're okay. Oh, I like that. So, Alexander, something that you just did here that I haven't seen on YouTube is I can tell whenever you respond to a chat, and so I know that it's not directed at me, which is really, really big, because otherwise I always read, and sometimes I start reading it out loud before I realize it's not even part of my conversation. Marvel Snap, if you want to see a guy with a Brazilian flag behind him streaming for 0 viewers, it's you. Marvel Snap Hero, you'll just keep up the grind. You'll get there. Binks, what are we sipping? So I have it's watermelon flavored water. It's nothing juicy or spicy. Yeah, so nothing big. Do the bots reply to emotes? The last I heard, they don't. But then that's still just a kind of a guess. No, it's watermelon flavored water, so it's, yeah, I guess it doesn't have the melon. It's just melon flavor. So they beat our power level or power push in the flooded lane with the Ghost Rider resummon. I think we move Nightcrawler out. We hope that a Dry, thank you for jumping over and joining us, and dropping the follow on the Twitch account. So I think we move our Nightcrawler over. I think we hope that 10 power is enough here, and we push a decent amount of power into the Daily Bugle, and we just kind of let it ride. And then, hey, I'm Lauren. Thank you so much for the follow as well. I hope that you're having a fantastic day. They don't reply to emotes. I didn't think so, but sometimes they make sneaky changes. I know that they're trying to make it closer and closer to, not being able to tell when you're playing against a bot. And so I wouldn't be surprised if they had every once in a while a bot would respond with like a fist bump or hello, at least some point in the future, if they're really wanting to make it like a seamless transition. I could see that happening. Finster, what's your favorite card to play, and what's your best variant? And then Marvel Snap Hero and a J4th at Luffy. Thank you so much for the follows. My favorite card to play, I think mechanically, not that it's overpowered or anything, but I think I really enjoy Captain Marvel. Just how she can put pressure on all 3 lanes without having to be played in all 3 lanes. I think that, like, design-wise, is one of my favorite. I don't think it's broken by any means, but I think it is. It puts a threat into every lane, and so that's one of my favorite cards to play. And my best variant, I think it's a Black Bolt. No, I got an Electro variant. It's the Chibi Electro on my main account that I absolutely adore. That one is by far my favorite variant. Christy, is this the free-to-play account? It is. It is the free-to-play account, and we're taking some cubes with Spider-Man. We've been live for 28 minutes. We're at positive 19 so far. And so the change of pace, the control deck has been doing well for us. But yeah, Sulky Hulky has made his streaming debut. And then Artem, thank you so much for jumping in and joining us. I'm so glad that you found the stream. I know that it was kind of impromptu or abrupt to stream on Twitch today, but it's just something I'm testing out and trying out. And so I'm glad you were able to jump over and join us. So we could, I think maybe we lean really far into the Gamma Lab, and then we protect it with an armor. We can always Spider-Man Xandar on 5, since it looks like they're leaning into Shadowland for some reason. I think we're gonna do that just in case. You got an inked Angela today? That's huge. That's huge, Gooey. I still haven't. I actually haven't split a card for infinite split a card for a long time, just because I've been pushing. I have boosters for just about all the cards, and so I've just been pushing them to legendaries just so that they look sleek for the videos. But that's huge. The inkified version is absolutely massive. So I'm gonna drop armor here. Well, if they have an Iron Man, then they're able to elevate their power. But I think we just have to. Well, I'm torn. So we could hope for a Shang-Chi, and that would counter any kind of play that they push into the Gamma Lab. But if they have a Shang-Chi, they counter ours. And we don't have a great play line into Xandar. Our Spider-Man's 5 now, so we can't drop him this turn either. I think we're going to go with the armor play and just hope that they don't have an Iron Man to support it. Gamma Lab plus Shang-Chi is strong. I mean, yeah, it is strong. I'm glad that they Jubileed into capping out the location with Ebony Maw, because that could have been much, much worse. But we're able to lock down this Gamma Lab location, and now we can actually lock down Xandar next turn so they can't play cards here, and we'll be able to do a small power push, but we just hope that they don't do something big this turn. And we want to use Spider-Man to control the lane outside of Sunspot, because if we lock down the Sunspot lane, they can just pass and absorb enough power to outpace us. Yo, Chibi Electro and pre-inkified Black Bolt are in my top 10. Yeah, I think the pre-inkified Black Bolt is the one that I have, as well as the Chibi Electro, both of which I think are by far my favorite ones that I pulled. And so yeah, we forced them into a no-win situation. We should have snapped beforehand, because with a control deck, the only way you can consistently gain cubes is to snap early. That way you can chip away at those small cube gains, because you don't see the end of the game nearly as often. Dry. That is a very good practice. All cards on YouTube videos should be legendary quality. That's what I'm trying to make happen. I'm trying to make that happen. Dry. One card at a time. And so far I've gotten quite a few of them, and we're gonna keep that pattern going. At least for a while. Instead of splitting, I have enough boosters to split a lot of the cards, but I've just been stopping at legendary because it looks sleek for the videos. So I think we drop Storm. Next turn we can do a Jessica Jones. We can also do a Nightcrawler to buff up our Angela even further. I think we're actually okay. We'll go ahead and lock this lane in. We're gonna snap early because I think we're gonna force them into a no-win situation again. So tomorrow we all go back 30 on the ladder. What happens? Yeah, so you roll back 30 ranks depending on what the highest, I guess, tier you've reached. So if you are 80, you'll go back 30, so you'll go back to 50. If you're 83, you'll still go back to 50 because 80 is the last tier that you hit. So if you're 90, yeah, you'll go back to 60. Even if you're kind of in the middle ground, even if you're 99.9, you'll go back to 60, unfortunately. But that way it's consistent. Okay, so we're going to drop our Jessica Jones. We're going to drop Nightcrawler as a way to push this one up. We're going to go to the X-Mansion Casino. I think it comes down to if they have a bigger push than we do. Brocktoon, your YouTube videos are incredible. I've been playing for 2 weeks, and you and Hooglin put out the best content. Thank you so much, Brocktoon. I know that we have... there's a lot of really good content creators, but I love hearing, like, anytime something that I put out is helping or is beneficial. I love hearing that the time that I'm spending on the videos is not wasted. And so I'm glad that they're helping you. I hope that you've been able to gain some cubes in the process. Let's go ahead and lock in the Shang-Chi and Sunspot. This is the last turn we're going to be able to play into this flooded lane. We do have Nightcrawler that'll be able to move over. We have Sunspot that's going to be able to absorb some extra energy that's going to be protected by our armor. So I think we're in a pretty decent spot. No matter what they drop in the flooded lane, I think we should be able to outpower it by skipping enough. Why armor first? Because it didn't. The play order didn't matter on that one, Murder Band. Because nothing was necessarily triggering, and so I was able to just play them in any order. Now, if if we were worried about a leader for some reason, if this was a little bit later on, then I typically want to play the less impactful cards first. That way, if they do copy and they have limited space, they'll copy the lesser ones instead of ones that are going to absorb some extra energy. But at least in this time, it didn't matter, the play order. So let's go ahead and lock this in. We're going to skip this turn and next turn, and I think we should be okay. I'm kind of surprised that they're staying in at least this far. And so we forced them into another no-win situation. This time, though, we snapped ahead of time, and we were able to get an extra cube off of them instead of just the one. I feel bad. I feel bad because I don't like playing against the same person multiple times. Because sometimes a deck just hard counters another deck, and I always feel bad if you go up against the same person a few different times. Infinite is the last rank you can get, and it's 100. Yeah, so after that, after rank 100, it doesn't matter if you're 500, 1,000, you still go back to 70 on season reset. And so it's always fun to see everybody that grinded for hours in kind of that same grouping again. Now, MMR and like your matchmaking rating will play a pretty big impact at that point. But it's still fun to see everyone kind of grinding back to Infinite again. You'll typically see a lot more conservative play on the first couple of days of the season, just because everyone is grinding again. Everyone's trying to get their cubes in where they can, and so you'll usually see quite a bit more grinding and like 1 cube retreats or more tactical retreats, less into the end of the game kind of pushes. Ghost title was, this is my full-time job. Wait, what ghost title? Oh, Ghost's title? Oh, was it really? That's so funny. I didn't even catch it. Rihan, thank you so much for following the Twitch account. I'm glad to have you here, and I hope that you're having a great day so far. Oh, Soul Knife's here? Wait, Soul Knife's name didn't stick out. I didn't. Oh, Shipple? Shippal? Soul Knife here, just stopping by to say hi. Can't stay for the stream, but I hope it goes well. Thank you for stopping by and saying hi, even though you're not able to. To stay for the whole time. I appreciate you stopping by and saying hey. There's a gooey but firm title. I haven't seen very many of the titles, so as I kind of run across them, I think it's always so funny to see. And then Christy, thank you so much for following us on Twitch as well. I appreciate the support. So we can do Jessica Jones. We could also do a Nightcrawler and like a Scorpion maybe, depending on if we think they're going to try to compete for this lane. I think they just give this one up, and so I'm just going to do a Nightcrawler, and we're going to do a Scorpion over here. That way we can start pushing some extra power into this lane, and hopefully cap it out with a Wolfsbane to kind of put that emphasis on top. Finster, did you get into Snap from Marvel or other card games? So so they did make the push for it. So I got into Marvel, or I got into Snap from Hearthstone. Yeah, so I was playing Hearthstone, and I saw a video from Zeddy Hearthstone, and it was like, is this the Hearthstone killer? And I was like, I gotta know if this is the killer, if this is what ends Hearthstone or not. And I saw the gameplay. I went from there over into the first live stream that Ben and his team did, and at that point I was hooked. At that point I applied for the beta and waited to get in, and then started making content and just playing pretty much daily ever since. Brock Toon, pull 2 replacement for Spiderman. I'm sitting at 480, waiting to max out on credits. So as far as a control style build, you could still do okay with this one. You could still do okay with this one as is, even without Spider-Man. I think just another like tempo card. I think it's just another tempo card you could slot in. Christine Gamala, wasn't that title kind of clickbait? A lot of Zeddies are. A lot of Zeddies are kind of clickbaity, and so yeah. I think it was a little bit on the clickbaity side, but it recruited me over from Hearthstone into Snap, and so I consider it. I consider it a win. But all of his are very like grand kind of assumptions or titles, or kind of I associate them with like news articles where it's like, this is the end of the world, and then you get in there and you're like, it's okay. So the leader play, okay, the leader play we might be able to outpower because we have the Shang-Chi, which takes, oh, never mind, we have an armor here. Oh my gosh, nobody even told me. Oh man, that's a rough one. And they have to hit us with the BM and say snap. So we'll go down to what is that, 14? I'm glad Ghost had a good time about it. I'd like my cubes back, but at least Ghost got a kick out of it. Let's jump into the next. Let's jump into the next one. It's always, yeah. He was excited that we misplayed, and I get it. I get it. A couple of emotes, that's fine. Any more than that, I feel like I'm being rude. And so we're gonna go ahead and brush that one off, and we're gonna go ahead and brush that one off. Start into the next one. Rihan, when new season starts, our rank will reset. You'll roll back 30 levels, and so if you're at 90, you'll roll back to 60. You'll lose 30 off of whatever the highest tier you were. And so if you're 88, you'll go back to 50. Trading your L's in stride is a skill. It is one, especially whenever it's like a major misplay, and you're just like, I could have done better. And sometimes you miss the obvious things. Those can get frustrating, but most of the time you can learn from it. You can learn to be more attentive or pay more attention to those different triggers. So we have Sunspot, we have Nightcrawler, we have Jessica Jones. I think we're fine in the flooded location, but I think we drop Sunspot into sewer system. Next turn, we drop a Professor X into the sewer system. We want to limit the amount of tokens that they can throw onto the board. And so it's either that or we throw our Sunspot. Maybe we throw... Let's reverse a little bit. Let's throw our Sunspot into Kunlun. We'll throw Nightcrawler into the flooded lane. We're hoping that this is enough power. We'll move Nightcrawler out. We'll lock this one down with Professor X. That way they can't throw as many tokens onto the board, and we limit them being able to do like Onslaught or anything like that. Finster, I've used your videos to show my other friends' decks. They're helpful. I'm so glad to hear that. That's massive. That's a huge win and a huge compliment, honestly. That you're able to kind of share those decks and those builds, and whether it be like an introduction deck or an intermediate, just be able to show those interactions. That's huge. That's a huge compliment. Thank you so much. And then Gooey, I missed a couple of chats. I'm so sorry. You said, man, I had to grind this season with my MMR from 30, dropped to 70 out of infinite, then was lazy and ended the next season at 69. Yeah, and so then you started at 30, and you start against a lot of bots, and you're in like a weird spot at that point. Okay, yeah, Ultron. Yeah, Ultron here would be 2, 4, 6. I know. If it's just these two. No, it's 4. So it's 16. You guys are right. We're still going to lock this one in for now. They haven't snapped. They haven't done anything massive. We can hope. We can hope that they didn't draw into their Ultron. But if they did, then they absolutely win this one. So this is the final turn. An Ultron is going to be 8, 9 power here. It's going to get reduced down to 1. It's going to be 8 power. I don't think we can beat an 8 power push. Jessica Jones and that's going to be 4 after the sewer system takes hold. But we just have to hope that they don't have Ultron. I bet they do. Yeah, unfortunately you have initiative. Even if not, it'd still be right at 8, right? We wouldn't be able to knock it out with the Shang-Chi, I don't think. Rihan, you failed to get infinite card back this season. How close are you, Rihan? You still have 20 hours. You might be able to make it happen. Onslaught Snap, just wanted to say you did an awesome job, TLSG. Great content, and it's definitely helped my friends get a better understanding of the game. Thank you so much, Onslaught. That's a huge accomplishment. I appreciate it. I appreciate you stopping by and checking out the stream as well. So I think we just hope. More than likely, we're going to lose this one to the Ultron because he hasn't backed out. But I think we just hope. Oh, there's two. Okay, no, there's the Ultron, and then a Wasp. Ultron and Wasp, right? Yeah, yeah, we were crossing our fingers. At least this time. We didn't Shang-Chi into our own armored lane. We are our own worst enemy. Oh no, that was -4. We'll roll back to a positive 10. Scorpion without the frame break looks good. He's really polarizing, and I didn't realize that until I threw him into this deck. That without the frame break, without anything, he's been split one time, but he looks really, really cool. And so next time we draw him, I'll point it out. But I thought the same thing. Aaron. We're gonna go ahead and skip turn 1. We'll throw Angela onto maybe the middle location. We can also throw it into Dark Dimension, because that would be kind of a surprise push for him. If we get a Professor X, we can always throw it into Death's Domain, and that will lock that one in, because his ongoing effect will trigger before the location effect. And so I think we sneak some power into Dark Dimension for now. We keep an eye on if they're playing a lot of ongoing cards, because if they play a lot of ongoing cards, at that point they may be running a Spectrum deck, and we need to keep an eye out for that. But let's play our Nightcrawler into Kiln. That'll let us at least move one card over into Death's Domain for now. We can throw our armor into the Dark Dimension. We might throw Jessica Jones into Kiln just as a power push there, but we might also just hold it as well. And then Plasmatel, I had a massive grind as well. Rank 85 and above were so rough. Took you a whole week. What collection are you? And so this is the Scorpion without the frame break. It's been upgraded to kind of that holographic, colorful background, but without anything. It just it's really it draws your eye in. Christy, new card tomorrow. Yeah, so we have a new card. We have a pretty good idea. I don't know if anyone that's in the chat doesn't want to hear it, but yeah, there are several things out about the new card. And so I think we do. I think we avoid this lane because I don't think we're gonna outpower a Spectrum push here. Maybe we can get lucky and win this one if they don't have like a Mr. Fantastic. We can win this lane, and then it just comes down to winning this other one, which I think we have a decent shot at as well. And so just for good measure, we'll throw Sunspot into Kiln. We can't get much use out of Sunspot in the Dark Dimension because since he won't flip, he won't start absorbing energy until after that. TLSG, 3,800 collection, playing from day one like you. Yeah, and so that at that point, especially with how many new people we have, and I can imagine it being a little bit rough. So do we drop a Shang-Chi or a Jessica Jones? I don't think they drop anything massive here. Maybe they do a Claw and they actually outpower us in both. Oh, we have a whole extra turn. So let's go ahead and pass this one, and then we'll see if they have a Claw in Dark Dimension, which is kind of the play. Then we might end up losing this one because we're only gonna have 4. So maybe they didn't. I may have to go give my daughter a bottle to get her back to sleep. So we get 1 cube. I'm gonna see if she'll be able to. I'm gonna play one more, see if she's able to help get herself back to sleep. And then if I have to head over, then I'll just play on my phone, and then it looks super strange, but you'll be able to see the moves as they go. Pilk Enjoyer. Pilk, where are you? You have made it to the Twitch. You've made it to the wonderful Twitch channel. I'm glad you're able to jump over and join us today. I hope that you're having a great day. You made it to the wonderful Twitch website. We're doing a little bit of testing today. Yeah, new card is pretty known if you're in the Discords. Yeah, and so I try not to say the spoilers on stream because not everyone wants to know about them or wants to hear about it. And so you can find out what it's rumored to be relatively easily if you want to. So we're gonna go ahead and change Mindscape. That way we don't switch. Must go back to scrums. Oh, dry. Yeah, definitely good luck. First pull 3 cards on my alt are Brood and Zero. Ooh, the Zero can get pretty interesting pretty quick, but right off the bat, it's not huge. I think we drop our Jessica Jones into the flooded lane, and then we have Angela and Spider-Man. We can actually drop Spider-Man into Nidavellir next turn to control what they can play. They won't be able to play on the final turn. The Odin is actually okay. It feels bad at first, but we have a Shang-Chi to take out some of these cards. And so we'll be able to, depending on what they drop here. And so we're going to go ahead and play Nightcrawler and Spider-Man. And then we're going to, yeah, this one seems like an easy snap, unless they have well, it'd be a rotation, so even the armor. And so we're going to lock this one in. Don't play armor mid. Thank you, Alexander. It's an important reminder. And so since they didn't play this turn, we are going to be able to do the Shang-Chi, which will destroy the Odin. And then at that point, we can do armor without having to worry about it. Finster, will you do tourneys whenever they add friend play? Yeah, whenever they add friend plays, I don't know if I'll host tourneys or if I'll just join in on some of the collaborative efforts. But I do want to participate in some of those. Yeah, the Shang-Chi destroys the Odin should be an absolutely easy win condition, and then the armor afterwards should make sure that we have the win condition either way. So this one should be a pretty easy 8. All right, and then after this one, I do have to I have to step away. My daughter grew up, so we need to change her sheets and get that all settled down. And so I guess I'll leave the stream running. It should be maybe 5 minutes. If you guys jump out and then jump back in, let's go chair cam. Yeah, I'll play from my phone. We'll do the chair cam, and then I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. And Binks, yeah, the competitive snap, I think, is going to be really interesting. I think it'll force different builds, because if you're doing that battle system where you play multiple games, then I think you're going to see different builds altogether. So I will be right back. Oh, okay, we're back. Sorry about that, guys. She's had this really congested cough. I appreciate anyone that stayed in. She's had this really congested cough, and once it gets going, she just it kind of chokes her up, and then she ends up throwing up. Oh no, we don't want to play in the Jessica Jones lane. I think I'm going to play Spider-Man into the Starlight Citadel lane. I was trying to figure out what the best way to play was. We were discussing how this game has a lot of characters that will never die. It has such a wealth of like backgrounds and different character variations and different things that it can draw on, that it would be. I'd be surprised if it ever stopped. And now if they like stop trying to make updates, maybe, but otherwise, I think it has a very long life ahead of it. Pilk Enjoyer, congrats on the world record for lowest points in Snap Jeopardy. Oh, I haven't watched that yet. I haven't watched it yet. Binks, was it? Did you not perform too well? And Pilk, you had to call the man out like that. Let's go ahead and play our Sunspot into Sinister London. That will duplicate it, and then we can kind of start passing. Maybe if we get an armor, we can protect it. That game was brutal. I need to check it out. That video had a lot of promise. I do definitely need to check in on it. It seemed like it would be a lot of fun. And so we armor the Sinister London lane. Unfortunately, the armor doesn't copy over into Bar Sinister, so it doesn't protect the second Sunspot. We'll take it though. We will take the Space Throne with the Psylocke. They don't really have much way to remove this card, so we should be fine. We're okay with that. So I think we skip this turn, depending on what they draw. Ooh, the blue Marvel play. Never mind. And that only pushes them to what, 6 each? So they're not even within Shang-Chi range, are they? So we need to beat 24 power and Bar Sinister. Is what I'm hearing. You and Val may have closed in on -5 figures. Oh, you leave Jeopardy owing money. Some of the snap question Kava gets are insane. I need to watch it. So if we do Jessica Jones, what I'm worried about is now everything they play here is going to be massive. It's going to get a 4 power lift on top of it. Maybe we do Wolfsbane this turn. We can do a Professor. But if we do Professor X, then that hurts us here because it's going to duplicate here and lock this one down. We'll do Jessica Jones first, and then we'll start worrying about Sinister London. I think this is probably a back out game, but I was thinking Sunspot or Professor X to the left as well. But then if we don't have Bar Sinister capped out, then it would cap this one out as well, and then we wouldn't be able to lock that down and win it. Maybe we can get lucky with the Professor X. Maybe they don't drop something large enough and we can find a win condition, but it's going to be tight. It's a stream an Aussie like me can finally enjoy. So hype. Phoenix, I'm so glad that you were able to jump in and join us. I know that some of the it's 3 a.m. my time, so I'm sure it's a lot better than the time where I normally stream for you guys. And so I'm glad I'm able to hit a little bit different demographic because we have viewers from all over the place. So I guess they didn't have a win con? Thanks for the shout out. Anytime, Phoenix. So let's go ahead and jump into the next one. Thank you so much for the follow, Phoenix. And I missed a couple, I think, while I was away. Final Justice, thank you for the follow as well. Pilk Enjoyer, like, name all the cards with no in their ability. Oh, and questions like that, and I'm just, yeah, I have zero. And then Hera, thank you so much for the follow as well. I hope that you're having a great night so far, or day, or afternoon, depending on what time it is for you. Yeah, so, ooh, with cards with no in their ability. So not or can't, but just exclusively no. That's a tough one. Hera, it's 11 a.m. for you. Oh, so it's normally I do a lunch live stream, my lunch live stream time, but this time I'm hitting your lunch time. So Hera, I'm sure that this one is a little bit more convenient for you to watch. Yeah, that question is tough. If they're all like that, Pilk and Binks, I'm sure I would have ended negative as well. Oh man, I didn't realize the questions were going to be that tough. Oh, it's just Patriot. I never would have guessed Patriot. I guess cards with no ability, is that how it's read? So we can do Angela, we can do Armor and Nightcrawler into that lane. We can start looking for maybe a win condition in one of the other two. Nowhere is a little bit tough because our own reveals are not going to trigger there, so Spider-Man, Shang-Chi both become kind of lackluster. Onslaught Snap, it's 4:15 a.m. Can't get the newborn back to sleep. I completely understand Onslaught. So my daughter's about a year and a half now, and there are some times when she still can't go back to sleep, but I very vaguely remember the zombiness that was those like first 6 months. Those first 6 months were tough. It's very rewarding, but it was very, very tough. Gamers Jim, thank you so much for the follow. I hope that you're having a great night so far. And then Jackson Howard, thank you so much for the follow as well. I appreciate having you here. So they actually cap out our Avengers compound lane. We can move Nightcrawler. We're gonna buff up our hub location. I'm wondering if we just maybe we move Nightcrawler over. We drop a Spider-Man here. That way they can't invest anything additional here on that final turn. Then it all comes down to what they push into the hub location. I think that's what we're going to go with. I'm not confident enough to snap back, but at least we'll either gain or lose 2 cubes instead of just the 1. Holyod? How do you know when the next update is? So once the season ends, a new season always starts, and a new card comes with that. And so with that, the season ends in about 20-ish hours, 18 hours. And so you can check that on the season pass to see how long it's counting down for. And so once that goes away, the new season will start. It's not necessarily an update, but more so just releasing another card. Gamers Gym, have a great stream. I got Patriot and Mystique in my first 20 cards at pool 3. Wish to get Wave and Magic. Gamers Gym, Mystique, I am so jealous of Mystique. Pedro, thank you for the follow. It took me until Mystique was my very last card, and so I'm very jealous that you got him early, or got her early. She's a very, very flexible card, and I think you're going to be able to make a lot of decks with it. Binks, and getting to riff with Ben still just felt like a dream. Yeah, Binks, I could imagine. I know that you were kind of bummed that you didn't get to go to TwitchCon and meet up with him, and so that's huge that you were able to kind of connect there. It's such a win, and just for everybody that was involved in getting that put together, I think it's a massive W for like the Snap community, and just from Ben himself. I think it's massive. I can't wait for Wave. I can't make so many games. Yeah, Wave is decent in a few decks. I actually don't use Wave all that often. Just if I'm running like a Death Wave or like a really combo heavy deck. But otherwise, I don't use Wave all that often because it seems great to be able to cheat out a 6-cost card early, but you have to remember that the opponent can cheat one of theirs out as well. And so sometimes you may still get outpowered, even though you get to drop that 6 power drop. And so it's a bit of a double-edged blade. And so it's very fun to build around. You can do a lot of crazy things once you get it. But I don't think it's as flexible as some of the other cards you might be able to find yourself with. The Wave for Agatha, that is that is one where Wave is pretty much required to be able to cheat Agatha out if you're wanting to do where you get Agatha out of your hand as quickly as possible. And then Mystique works with Morbius very well. Yeah, Mystique works with so many things really, really well. And just creating combos that you couldn't have, that weren't there otherwise. It's just, Mystique is probably one of the most flexible cards that we have right now. They need to add content creator variants. That'd be a huge win as well, Finster. I'm not sure how they would implement it, but I think it'd be cool. I know that someone on Twitter has been making some card art variants of different streamers that I thought was really cool. And so I don't know that they would ever have a way to necessarily add that organically into the game, but there are some being made. Binks had one, right? It was Leader, is that right? For the Giga Brain, the big brain. So we can storm one of the locations. I actually think we Spider-Man this turn. Pilk Enjoyer, what's your favorite card? My favorite card is probably Captain Marvel. She's not necessarily the most powerful, and I don't use her all that often. But just from a design aspect, she's able to pressure 3 lanes just by being on the board. And so at that point, they have to really calculate and consider more carefully their next moves. And so I think from a pressure standpoint, I think she's pretty well balanced. But I think as far as like the ability, I think it's massive. That's probably one of my favorite ones to play. I saw the Kawa variant on stream. Yep, the Kawa variant. I know that I think Kanye has one. Dara. There's several others. I know Kin has one as well. All really big things. So they used Spider-Man into the Avengers compound lane. So we have to skip this turn. We're actually not able to lock down the icebox location like we would have wanted. But at least we have the upside that our Sunspot is here. So he'll. Oh, never mind. He's not going to absorb anything. Oof. I'm surprised they didn't snap going into that turn. They probably should have snapped on us, knowing that was such a massive turnaround play. We're going to go ahead and back out and retreat off of that one. We just have no way to bring it back. I patched TLSG Captain Marvel variant. I'll call up Ben and make it happen. Victor, thank you so much for following us on our Twitch account. And Wolf Loki, thank you as well for the follow. I appreciate it. I hope that you guys are having a great night. I patch Captain Marvel. We can make it happen. I was honestly thinking it would probably end up being Wong, just because of all the really bad Wong jokes that I make. I figured if one was ever made, it would probably be Wong. Actually, I'm 7 out of 13 for cards into my caches. I'm barely into pull 3, and I'm 6 out of 12. So I think the first, I don't remember how many it is, Hollyod. I know the first several are guaranteed card pulls. And then after that, once you get to the reserves, it becomes a little bit lesser odds. But definitely enjoy it while it's there, because it's nice to be able to kind of keep those fresh different card pulls, and being able to start off with several options is always a big win. You adore Wong jokes. You can never go Wong with Wong. based my entire alert notifications off of Wong. And so anytime I run Wong, I feel like we just have to fully lean into it. So turn 3, it's still really early. We could drop Jessica Jones, but I don't know that we need to rush it. I think we skip. We kind of wait and see what they play out. It looks like they're running or going to run a destruction tool at some point. If we can sneak in an armor, even if it caps this lane out, I think that's huge. But we're not going to be able to. I think we are going to go ahead and just drop Jessica Jones into Washington, D.C. Or maybe we drop it into the Superflow. Next turn, we Spider-Man into Washington, D.C. to hold this one down. Because I don't think they'll play into the Superflow until turn 5 or turn 6 anyways. If this is long, I don't want to be right. I couldn't have said it better myself, Urko. I could not have said it better myself. 50% up to collection level 1000, and then 25% after that. Thank you, Urko. My caches gave you, or your caches gave you Magneto, booster credits, Ultron, Mystique, Arnim Zola, Agatha, Wasp, Red Skull. Those are not bad. If you end up pulling a 0, you have a pretty solid Red Skull deck already. There are several ways to build it, but just that combo alone is pretty strong. And then I think with the room, no, just one of the unreleased cards. I think Red Skull could be pretty spicy as well. But we'll see a little bit later how that turns out. So we're going to drop Spider-Man into Washington, D.C. We're going to pass in the big house. We have a pretty good lead, so even if they do like a Carnage, I think we keep the lead in the big house for now. We're going to get the 8-power Jessica Jones into the Superflow. And they have something that they're confident in. We'll see. I know that they have the 1-power Demon that they could drop alongside whatever they push into the big house. Ooh, they flood a lot of power out. Is the Glass Ball Mysterio in game? I haven't seen it anywhere. I've seen a couple people with it. I don't have it, but I've seen a couple people with it. The Killmonger is running rampant tonight, unfortunately. Well, shoot. So can we get above 8 here? I don't think we can. And then we would have to really rely on them not being able to overcome power here and here. So this is 7. It would push us above the power level in Washington, D.C., but it would come down to which one of these had the real Mysterio in it. This one's gonna be a hard retreat as well. It's one of those where when we run into Killmonger and we're kind of out in the open, and Killmonger is being teched in a lot more frequently than what it was before. Maybe we're seeing more Sarah Zhu in coming back into the meta, and so now people are kind of counter-teching it into the Killmonger. But I've seen Killmonger a lot more often than what I have pretty much. Yeah, the Killmongers are so often. Pretty much my entire grind this season, I've only seen a handful of Killmongers, and then now we see them all over the place tonight. They need to add MJ and Ned. I'm sure that they have a lot of cards to pull on, and I'm sure at some point that'll happen. And so we have the Angela. I think we go ahead and storm. We can drop a Jessica Jones. I think we probably leave the Onslaught Citadel alone, and this actually looks like it might be a bot. I think that's the only explanation for them dropping something into the Superflow on turn 1. There are a lot of decks with Killmonger and Nova. They just weren't prevalent in the meta for a while, and so I think they're maybe either coming back, or maybe that's just kind of the focal point right now. But yeah, for a while they were kind of out of the spotlight, anyways. So it could be a Cerebro 3, but it's still weird that they dropped Colossus into the Superflow. Too much power into flooding. I've been doing that a lot, especially with Onslaught Citadel and the fact that we think it might be a Cerebro 3 deck list. You might be right. But let's do Iceman, let's do armor. Next turn we can do a Spiderman to lock this one down. We can push 7 more power with our Wolfsbane, and we might be able to find a win condition. Finster, you know what you should do for a video? Random number generation and have a random deck. See if you could win with it. Finster, so we actually did something very similar to that. There's a website for like drafting random cards, and we utilized that, and yeah, and we drafted an entire deck around. And then on our launch day live stream, we did one that was entirely random. So we didn't even we just picked the leftmost card every single time and built a completely random deck out of it. And so it was very fun trying to find a win condition when one like hasn't been built. It was very, very fun. And they have the Cerebro that comes down on turn 5 before our Spider-Man, unfortunately. Can't believe we're gonna lose to a bot that dropped into the Superflow on turn 1. We had some early gains. Now we're having a few early dips. But I think with this list, and whenever you're first entering pool 3, a lot of that comes down to just kind of weathering. You're not going to have a deck that wins every single time. I think it's playing it patiently. Entering into pool 3, you're going to start going up against combos that are just going to be more powerful than what you have access to. And so just finding the patience and win conditions where you can, and capitalizing on your wins, mitigating your losses. So we'll go ahead and play Sunspot. Control decks work well in early pool 3. They do. For the most part, they do. I think this one could use a little bit more late game power push as a like alternative win condition. So maybe putting in something instead of Professor X. It's hard to trigger the Professor X. Maybe we do something like a Gamora for a last turn or last 1 or 2 turn, like 12 power push. I think we could see something there, or maybe something to help elevate the Spider-Man lane a little bit more. But overall, it's not bad. I think this is the 3rd game in a row that we've seen Superflow. Hulk could do it, just as the raw 12 power. But coming in at 6 cost, I don't know. It would be something I would test out a little bit. Like this one, we leaned really heavily into like the full-on control aspect. I know last time you said I pushed too much power into the flooded lane. We're gonna play it medium. We're gonna go with the armor instead. That way we have Sunspot that can continue to pass and push some power, and we don't overcommit into the lane. And so they could potentially add 6 more here, bringing them up to 13. So we need to skip for about 5 energy throughout the course of the rest of the game to find a little bit more consistent of a win condition there. We're going to go ahead and play Jessica Jones. Next turn, I think we play Spider-Man into Hellfire Club as well. No, I think we played into the Superflow. Maybe we can catch them where they haven't invested anything into the Superflow. Maybe we can get that one locked down for kind of cheap. And then the last turn, we'd be able to let Sunspot absorb some of that energy. So we're going to do Angela Spider-Man. That sets us up for a pretty big last couple of turn plays. That also pushes our Jessica Jones to 8, which does compete with the Maximus. So we're pretty competitive in all 3 lanes, as is, depending on what they drop and where they drop it. Spider-Woman might be able to be a good one, so that way, you know, we could drop it kind of strategically wherever we needed that extra kind of oomph or that extra help. Would you take out any cards, and what would be a card that you would add? Finster, from this list. So if so, with seeing as many Killmongers as we're seeing, maybe taking out Sunspot. Sunspot's great if you can pull him off behind a Professor X, or if it's protected in a Storm lane as a way to push that additional power. So maybe we keep that one. I don't know. The only one that I haven't been able to pull off pretty consistently seems like Professor X, just because we don't have any way to cheat him out onto the board early, so he loses a lot of that potency. If you have Electro to ramp into him on 4, it's a lot easier to hit than on 5. But whenever you do hit him, it's really impactful. And so I don't know. I don't know if there's any just that I have necessarily off the top of my head that just feel lackluster. I think they all serve a pretty decent purpose in this list and help to having that aggro early. And so it'd be something I'd have to kind of look at, because nothing feels out of place. Sometimes you build a deck and you can tell really easily that, you know, Jessica Jones just isn't holding her weight. It's every time I get her, it feels like I don't want to drop it. But in this list, everything feels like it's useful in, you know, one scenario or another. And so we'll see. We'll see as we play it some more. Where do I find collector tokens in the shop? They're not out yet. That should be. They've said in 2022 they're going to have the collector's tokens, but they're just not. They're not here yet. Hopefully sooner rather than later. We'll have the collector's tokens, and then you'll be able to target that card acquisition. And because whenever they add collector's tokens, that they're going to add in the additional cards, or I believe they're going to add in the additional cards at that point. And so that should be. This should be a pretty spicy update whenever they add in all of this this backlog of cards. That way even pool 3 players have something to target with their collector's tokens. I think it's going to be great. Let's go ahead and storm the hollow location. They drop a card over there as well. Finster, gotta go. Have a great day and keep up the amazing work. Finster, thank you for stopping by and hanging out for a while. I'm so glad that you were able to jump in and join us. So they used a lockjaw, so they're going to be able to rotate one card. We have initiative, or else we could always throw a preemptive Shang-Chi there. But I think we drop Jessica Jones and we go to the casino. We go to this casino. We hope that our Jessica Jones outpowers whatever they flip into, and they might flip twice here. They could have like a lockjaw Thor rotation deck list that could easily start outpowering us. The Hobgoblin is unfortunate, and I think that actually does it. The Electro, yeah, no, because we're gonna get an extra 4. Nope. This is one of those lists that we're just not built. We're just not built to compete with. It doesn't seem. We can do our armor. We could do Nightcrawler, Wolfsbane. But with that power push that they did, we'd have to win both of these. Since we already have locked in for 2, we might as well see it out until at least the start of turn 6 to see what this turn looks like. But for the most part, we're gonna dip out after this one. Q, I have to get ready for sleep. Cheers. Thank you so much for jumping in, Q. At least for the while that you were able to. I appreciate it. And depending on what happens, there may be another Twitch lunch stream tomorrow. We'll kind of play it by ear, but I appreciate you being here. I hope you have a great night, and I'll either see you in Discord a little bit later, or we'll catch you on tomorrow's stream. But since I don't have work tomorrow, I'm still gonna try to do a lunch stream at some point. I just don't know exactly what time that'll be, but I would like to do it over on Twitch when we have as many people. I want to give this a fair test, because I want to see how the daily video release does compared to us streaming over there, which then usually kind of stifles it just a little bit, it seems. Kappa, no wonder you're playing this late. Yeah. So work for me tomorrow got canceled. It got canceled because the Astros won the World Series. There's going to be a parade, and so the local schools didn't think that parents were going to be able to get their kids to and from school, and so they canceled the nearby schools. And so then several of the businesses are also shutting down or letting several people off because of the World Series victory and the parade that's coming tomorrow. And so we have J Party. We countered their Bucky Barnes in Asgard. So I think that's good enough for me to snap. I'm pretty confident in being able to win it with them not being able to destroy their Bucky Barnes like they want to, especially with Sunspot in the lane. Sunspot's now protected. I don't know how much we lean into this location though. We could. Okay, yeah, they ended up retreating. With destruction decks, if you can counter them early and they can't get their power swing out on the board, a lot of times that takes away a lot of their emphasis and oomph. And so let's go ahead and we'll take our 1 cube and we'll jump into the next one, and we'll stream for a little while longer, and just kind of climb on Sulky Hulky. This is Sulky Hulky's introduction into streaming, so we want to gain some cubes where we can. And this deck list feels a little more solid than some of the ones we've ran recently, at least on Sulky Hulky. And so, what better time to climb than the day right before? Maybe we can get up a couple of ranks, get a couple of the rewards, and we won't go down quite as far whenever the season resets. Gamer's Gym, yeah, blocked Bucky is a hard retreat most of the time. So the ongoing effects here are double. So any cards that they get that are generated by any means are going to be 2 less than what they started at. So if we get a Storm, I think we focus Storm into the Citadel, because this could be a list that's going to run something like Sarah. Okay, so we're not going to be able to Storm the location now. We can throw Jessica Jones into Hellfire Club. We don't have to worry about the demon token that they have reaching the Hellfire Club. We might try throwing Professor X into the Onslaught Citadel on next turn, because that will still lock down, even though Cosmo's in effect. Since Professor X's ability is an ongoing card, it'll still lock down the Citadel. Maybe we can stop them before they do anything major over in that location, and then any cards that are dropped here won't be able to bounce over there either. I think it gives us a decent push. Again, I don't know that I'm confident enough to snap into it, because I think they probably drop a Sarah here. But we'll weather it out. We'll see what it looks like. Oh, snap. And then thank you Gavington for the follow on the Twitch account. I hope that you're having a great night so far, and I appreciate you jumping in and joining us. Doc Ock is ooh, so the update to Wolfsbane actually comes in pretty nice there. So the recent patch, which was just a really small patch, that's huge. Previously, Wolfsbane wouldn't have triggered that on reveal on anything but herself, and so it would have been a 1-power Wolfsbane. But because of that interaction and the way that they updated it, it still came out a 7-power Wolfsbane, which is massive. We locked down the Onslaught Citadel lane. They're not able to push any more power over there. We locked them out of this lane. They're not able to play a card here this turn, and we just have a massive Hellfire Club lane. What an unfortunate Doc Ock. Doc Ock is one of those cards that it either wins the game for you or it loses it really, really quickly. And it can swing either way really, really fast. Holly Dad, I'm debating if I want to spend money so I can get to refresh your dailies. 25 isn't too bad if you're keeping up with them. Binks plays. Hi YouTube. Hi YouTube highlight reel. So Binks, are you not streaming tonight? Is it your off night? But Holidad or Holyod, I would say that it depends. If you're wanting to advance your collection as quickly as possible, what I did when I first started was I paid gold, or I bought gold, paid for the credits, which would come along with your daily refreshes, and so I did the same thing. And so you went to the Wisconsin deal? Wait, there's a Wisconsin deal? Oh, to celebrate your friend's birthday this weekend? Huge. Oh my gosh. That Sakaar pull was superb RNG. The fact that we had initiative and so ours flipped first, and then that theirs pulled Jubilee, it couldn't pull anything else in. Oh man. So we'll snap off of that. That's a definite snap. We can Sakaar being a best friend for once. That is huge. Usually it backfires, and every time I see Sakaar pull in a Professor X, I'm always a little bit afraid, because there's a lot of times that it just 3 power is not much to compete with whatever they can pull out of their hand. This time it did help us though. So we can go with a Storm into the Bifrost. Next turn we can always go with something like a Dracula. Or maybe we just go with a Wolfsbane, and then we play into the other lanes. Yeah, we're gonna punish the bot. We'll get Agatha. Agatha is gonna. So we tried to punish the bot. The bot is now gonna punish us in return. Okay, here we go. We're on the Agatha. We're on the Agatha casino. But at least we have a solid turn 6 play. The turn 6 play of Agatha being 14 power is going to be pretty decent. The Wolfsbane into a solo lane is a little bit less decent. Not quite as ideal. Maybe Agatha's 14 power will hold us over. That is our only hope. Unless Morph changes into Agatha. Okay, that could have been devastating. We're gonna lean into the Agatha. Maybe they have another Shang-Chi. They could counter us. It could be one of the bots that just hard counters us. But no, it's gonna be Doctor Doom. They're gonna win the left lane. We win the right and the middle location. What an interesting game. I don't have any other way to describe that besides interesting. And then it was Agatha all along. She is the one that pulled the Sakaar. She threw District X in. She was pulling the strings from the very start. Oh my gosh. She's helping us climb on our pool 3 account. And then Urko, how do you like Shang-Chi in the deck so far? Shang-Chi is one of those cards that most of the time you're not going to be excited to draw him. But in the games where he is needed, he's pivotal. And so he can swing 8 cube games that you would have lost otherwise. And so I think for that reason, we've gotten several uses out of the Shang-Chi. And so I think he feels decently. But if you're not seeing any decks that are running like large minions, at that point, I think you would look at subbing him. But at least right now, we're seeing several that are. And then Pilk Enjoyer, thank you for the follow as well. It's still weird getting used to, I'm so used to seeing everybody's YouTube profile picture, and that's how I have associated a lot of the names. And so I see the picture and I can think the names off the top of my head, but now we just have the names. And so it's an interesting shift. So since we're playing on such off hours, we're playing against a lot of bots. So the Calling Wing discarded Morbius. Murder World would be tough, but we're going to storm the location. We're going to change it so that our Sunspot is protected. Most likely, a human wouldn't play into Murder World here. If it's a bot, maybe they do. By the way, not sure if you do it, but Marker is your best friend for pulling clips. Thank you, Binks. No, I haven't done it. I haven't done it yet. I'm still trying to tinker with the OBS settings to do where it will repull the last 4 minutes, 5 minutes whenever I hit the hotkey. But I haven't got that set up perfectly, so a lot of it is just kind of scrubbing. And so no, the markers will be huge for looking at those plays. Is it just something you do in chat? Or is it from the creator panel? Add stream marker. Perfect. If you type it in your own Twitch chat, you can go back easy. Perfect. And so I'll have to make sure to use that. So they have the swarm, so they're not gonna be able to discard it anymore. We have a couple of cards to still flood into the Angela lane. This is probably too much power again into the flooded location, but we're gonna push it anyways. My Twitch streams have mad delay, but not YouTube. So like watching the streams, Gamers Gym, or just like whenever you're personally streaming. So I think we flood the Baxter Building location. That's going to buff up our Angela quite a bit. We can then move Nightcrawler out so that we can push a card there on the final turn as a way to kind of push that win condition. Usually it's, from what I've seen, it's a little bit the opposite. So from like the YouTube stuff that I've looked back on that from my streams, I've noticed that there's usually a pretty big gap, even though I have it set on like ultra low latency or the lowest latency I could. I've noticed that there's usually a decent gap in between those interactions, and so I haven't tested Twitch too much, but it is kind of part of why we're streaming tonight, so that we can just check it out, get a feeling for like the different settings using markers versus what we have access to in on YouTube, because we have a lot of different options and a lot of different integration that's on Twitch that's just hasn't been adopted for YouTube. And so we'll be up to 27, and then tomorrow night, for anyone that is here, for tomorrow night, I do plan on doing a season reset video right after reset, similar to all of the other resets. So a gameplay video from a pool 3 deck. And then after that, as long as I get it knocked out pretty early, I think I might jump in and do some streaming. So I'm sure that there will be quite a few people streaming for the season reset. But if you guys do want to stop by and check it out, that is the tentative play line or tentative plan right now. When you're streaming, watchers from Twitch recognized the big delay, really. And so I know that there's a few settings that you can adjust for latency. I'm wondering if maybe it's set up something in there. Because YouTube, it seems like I have a bit bigger gap than elsewhere. And then Hollyod, thank you so much for following us on the Twitch account. I appreciate it. I'm glad to have you here. I know that we've chatted back and forth a little bit, but I'm glad that you dropped the follow on the account. So another Superflow. We're seeing Superflow an awful lot, and we faced Commodore a couple of games ago. I don't remember what he was running though. So the Angela, I think he does try to compete for the flooded lane because of the Angela. That's a pretty big resource that he dropped in. So I think we push our Jessica Jones. We might try to sneak a Professor X into the Superflow on turn 4 as a kind of way to surprise them with that power drop. I think YouTube is more delayed, and I don't know that it's a huge gap either, but I think there is a little bit of gap. Hollyod, gotcha. I'll make sure to pronounce it properly, Hollyod, or Hollyad, or is it like a soft A? So we do have a decent push in Hollyad. Okay. And if I mispronounce it, I apologize. I will try to always get it and pronounce it correctly. So we can drop the Professor X into the Superflow location as a way to lock that one down. If we're confident in where they're going to drop cards. Usually with Superflow, you don't start investing resources there until maybe turn 5 or turn 6 when you don't need that extra energy as much. So I think we can actually probably sneak it away, but we'll see. Okay, yep, so we do. They invest into Xandar. We push our card in, our Professor X into Superflow. We lock that one down. Now it comes down to, is this enough of a power push? They have, oh no, it's not. A Nightcrawler would be perfect here. We don't get Nightcrawler, unfortunately. So how do we win from here? Because if they are able to, well, actually no, we don't have to worry about Strong Guy triggering here. because we're going to lock down this location. We're going to lock down Xandar with our Spider-Man. They're not going to be able to play the last card that they draw. So even if they get rid of all their cards here, on that final turn, they're not going to be able to do any kind of discard triggers. And so Strong Guy should stay at a 4 power instead of getting the 6 power bonus. So we should win these 2 lanes, regardless of what power we can push into Xandar. So they filled up the location, which is interesting. Because now they're going to draw a card and they had nowhere to play it. It's really... I'm so confused. Maybe if they dropped a Dracula and then the Nova, that way it discarded this last card. But that play line I'm confused with. They had nowhere to go with it. We'll add on the 2 cubes onto our stream, or onto our total, and we'll keep climbing. We'll keep looking for the 1s and 2s to climb our way slowly but surely through the ranks. Okay, so we don't get any of our low-cost cards to start the game. We have armor, so that we can kind of protect some of the cards depending on what the locations look like. We can always Spider-Man into Professor X as a way to lock down one of the locations. Actually, no, we can't because of Dream Dimension. We won't be able to... We could still do Spider-Man on 5, but we wouldn't be able to drop Professor X. And so I think knowing that, we try to position ourselves where we can drop a Spider-Man easily on 5, because that'll be kind of the biggest curve that we're able to drop, and then push for that win condition afterwards. Super positive streamer. Wish it was always like that for you. And in some decks, in some situations, it's just I think this account is going to be a little bit different. Because with this count we are a lot lower rank. We're not, at the high end, and it's not prime time. So I don't think we're playing against like the same group of people we would. I think we're playing against a lot more bots. And so super positive streamer should happen. I'm just glad that it is so far. Oh, Commodore, I'm so sorry. I'm glad that you jumped in and joined the stream, but I'm sorry. I don't mean to keep matching up against you. To be fair, they've all been really good matches. We got lucky on a couple of the draws. I'm sure that you'll take the next one, Commodore. Creepin, hi. Is it difficult to climb to infinite when starting pool 3? It depends. Creepin, it depends on kind of what rank you were before. And then play. I didn't end my turn. And then Playden. I'm having so much fun playing today without having to worry about cubes. Did you hit infinite already, Playdy? If so, it's an entirely different. Like the stress of playing is gone. So why Sunspot in Dark Dimension? So because we're looking to Spider-Man one of the locations this turn, which they have. They probably have a high... Oh my gosh. So, okay. So the Citadel does make it so that they will reveal. My biggest thing was I was wanting to push for a Wolfsbane. That way we could lock down a lane with Spider-Man, ideally mid, and they wouldn't be able to answer to that. And then when our Wolfsbane revealed, it now triggers on all unrevealed cards, and you'd be able to get some upside there. But as is, I don't think we have a win condition. A Heimdall would absolutely destroy us, and so Spider-Man locking down this lane, I don't think we have a win condition in this one, unfortunately. Commodore, your deck is the worst matchup against me. Professor X and Spider-Man. Yeah, there's certain decks that it really hard counters. Yeah, the Dream Dimension is really, really disruptive. I'm gonna jump out of this one. We're gonna reset into the next one. But Commodore, yeah, there are some decks that just hard counter other ones, and sometimes it's And it's unfortunate whenever you run into those, especially if it's a small pool. So like us matching up several times when we're running it, it's unfortunate. Hopefully we're able to kind of get offset so that you're able to not match into us, so that you can keep climbing as well. But yeah, there are some decks. So like the arrow move deck that I ran the other day for one of our videos, it does great against pretty much all matchups that I found, except for a wide Wong. So a Wong that uses White Tiger, uses Doctor Doom, and just pushes power across the board. At that point, it felt lackluster. It felt like we weren't able to hold our own and compete. And so I think maybe the Professor X Spider-Man is kind of the same for your deck here. Creepin', I'll be rank 50 at reset. I reached rank 80 plus. That's huge. That's huge, Creepin'. I think you'll be okay. I think the season is pretty long, so as long as you're playing and completing your dailies, I think you'll be able to reach a pretty deep pool 3 by the time that it matters. By the time it gets close to the end of the season, I think you'll have a pretty wealthy log of pool 3 cards to build around. So I think you'll absolutely have options. Velvet, a list with Storm, Professor X, and Spider-Man. I feel dumber than usual. How so, Velvet? And then thank you, Creepin' and Juan, for the follows. I appreciate it. So they used a Cosmo, which countered our Storm, which is kind of unfortunate. It's very unfortunate, actually. We can do an armor and maybe a Carnage. Maybe we drop Carnage here and then we look for a win condition elsewhere. Oh, Velvet Taper. I couldn't pilot it. Different archetypes definitely take some getting used to, and so I'm sure that you'd be able to get it. I'm sure that you'd be able to get it before too long. I didn't know you were streaming. Now I'll play a game only when you're matched up against somebody. That's a good way to make sure that we're not gonna match up. And so I support it. I absolutely support it. So we can do a Jessica Jones. Next turn we can do something like a Nightcrawler and Wolfsbane into a monster. Actually, we can do Nightcrawler here this turn. It's reverse stream sniping. Make sure that we don't match into each other. And Crawler left. Oh, Crawler left to trigger the Angela. Yeah, that would have been big. So what are they running? Do they have a destroyer? Is this a destroyer list? No, it can't be. I guess it could. If they drop destroyer here, they would win this one, but they would lose this one. BQAD, thank you so much for following the Twitch account. We can do Spider-Man. That's going to add enough power to overcome this. Kill Warpath with Shang-Chi. He's below the killable range. So he's only at 8 because they have the squirrel here. So if this may be is this a spec? No, this couldn't be a Spectrum list, could it? They have some ongoing cards. I just don't think that's going to be it. Destroyer mid. If it's Destroyer mid, then we overcome their power here. Oh no, we don't. Because this would push it to 13, right? And since our own reveal is not going to trigger, we can't do anything big with this card. Oh, yeah, you're right. I didn't realize that the top power was cut off. So I can resize this down a little bit. That way you guys can see the top screen. I think this one's going to be, or I guess it should have been a retreat. I don't think in a million years I would have guessed that finisher. That one was a total bot move, and it was a bot move that was allowing us to win. They felt pity on us. That was calculated. Oh man. We'll take the easy wins where we can, because once season resets, it's gonna be a grind. Finster, you're the most grateful person I've ever met. I admire your appreciation towards everyone. For me, just people being here and watching the YouTube videos, or just even, the matches that we play up against, it's incredibly fun for me. And if it wasn't, I think at that point, we need to reassess if it's something we want to do. And so I can completely see being I'm incredibly grateful for you guys just being viewers and watching and enjoying the content. It's grown so much bigger than what I ever would have imagined whenever I first decided to start the channel. And just it's grown from there. And then just the game itself. I know that bad draws happen. A lot of deck brewing happens. There's sometimes I run bad decks. So even if I match against somebody and it looks like they're running the most uncohesive deck I've ever seen, I try and find some kind of correlation in their cards, because I've ran some decks that just didn't work out, and I'm sure that we all have. And so, putting someone on blast for a deck build or for something that didn't work out, there's no need for it, because one, they could be a viewer, and how would if I matched up against Jeff or Molt, or if I matched up against any of the streamers, and then I went in to check it out, and I was like, oh cool, we matched up, I'm excited, and then they're just absolutely dogging on my build. At that point I feel really bad, and I don't want anybody to feel like that. Early on, I used to get a lot of comments about people feeling anxious whenever they would match up against me, anxious that they weren't going to do well, or that it was going to make them look bad, and that's never my intention. I don't want to make anyone look or feel like that. And so, yeah, Mr. Positive Streamer definitely fits my my persona. I'm just grateful to be able to do this and have fun and just chat with you guys. And so we're always humble no matter how big we get, and we're on this crazy ride together, and we'll see where it goes. American Primate, early morning stream. Good morning, TLSG. Good morning, American. I hope that you had a great sleep, and I'm glad that you were able to jump in and join us into this kind of like secret Twitch stream that we have going on. It's something that we're kind of diving into and testing out for now, and then we'll see how it goes, and how it goes and how it grows. So we can go ahead and invest Jessica Jones into Atlantis. I think that solidifies it for us. And then on the final turn, we could always do maybe a Spiderman here. That way they can't drop their Heimdall into the Superflow. They would have to drop him here or here, and then we should overcome their power either way, if that's the case. Gamers, you're such a sweetheart. Always a pleasure to see you and your useful content. It's such a privilege to be able to make content and for other people to see it, consume it, and enjoy it. I always feel like I need to remain thankful, because at the end of the day, you guys are what allow me to continue to push in content creation when it's something that I never really thought I would do much of. And so I am always very, very grateful for you guys. So I think we still go with the Spider-Man into the Scorpion in Superflow. Next turn, we can kind of look at it. I don't know, this lane could be pretty impressively large, because if they drop a Heimdall that now has 2 multiple men and Heimdall in it in mid, which is going to be tough to overcome. You've helped a lot to get me to Infinite. That's huge, gamers. Is there a particular build that helped, or is it or was it just kind of like a mindset and being able to kind of think through those plays, similar to my approach? So they're going to be able to drop their multiple men. They're going to be able to move them over. The destroy Dino, that's huge. Finster, most entertaining YouTuber I've ever watched. Just your vibe. It's very good. Thank you so much, Finster. I appreciate that, because I never thought I was just, I guess, polarizing. we're gonna retreat out of this game. I never thought my personality was very polarizing. It's kind of mild. It's very calming and not. It's not elevated. It's not low, and so I never thought that it would be something where just like the vibe would be able to come across as it does. And I'm glad that it does. I'm glad that people enjoy the vibe, enjoy the a couple of people have said my voice is kind of like ASMR, AMSR. And so I'm so grateful that we have so many people that are enjoying the content and enjoying the game, because that was the biggest thing. We had no idea when it was going to come out. And so the fact that everyone is able to enjoy it for the end of the year, coming into the holidays, you're going to be able to play it while traveling. It's super easy and light. I'm so excited that I've been playing this game for several months, and I'm still super excited and enjoy playing it every day. I'm glad that everyone else gets to finally experience that as well. So we decided to go ahead and play Angela into mid. The far right location is Limbo, so this is going to be a little bit. If we can find a way to lock down a lane with Professor X, we're going to be able to find ourselves with a little bit more upside than we would normally. I think we play Nightcrawler into the middle location. We play Sunspot into the right. After next turn, we're going to shuffle our cards. So I think we play Jessica Jones in mid. We let her buff up. We get a pretty good lead there. And then we hope that we draw into either a Spider-Man or Professor X to lock down the Limbo location, because I think that's going to be our secondary win condition. I think the Angela lane is going to be kind of a shoo-in, and we do draw right back into Professor X, which is big. Gamers Gym. My biggest mistake is to spread strength a lot, and certain decks you do want to kind of spread out your power and your strength across the board so that they don't really know where you're pushing. But it really depends on the build and what cards you're running. Because sometimes that's a very valid strategy. It's not a bad thing to do. But if you stack it or if you spread it too much, sometimes you don't have the reach whenever you finally need it to be able to kind of push over and find the win conditions where you need them to. And so a lot of that is kind of how your deck is built as well. So if it's built in a way that A is A, M, Marvel, S, Snap, R, Refresher, AMSR, Finster. That's incredibly fitting. So I think we lock down the Limbo location. We do have Nightcrawler that we're able to move out. So a Wolfsbane into the Atelan location, or maybe even we sneak in a Spider-Man on next turn to lock them out of dropping cards here on the final turn. But I think Professor X, with the flexibility of Sunspot that we have, is going to be huge. Ooh, since we had initiative, it actually locks their Hobgoblin into the Limbo side. Another one of the recent tweaks or changes that they made. Used to, it would come over anyways, but I mean, we're gonna be able to skip. We'd be able to get that power anyways. But it's still really satisfying to see it stuck on their side of the board. And so here's where we're going to force a retreat. We're going to be able to do Spider-Man unless they do a massive play into the middle location. At that point, they're not going to have many options to win on the final turn. So I think we lock this in. It's a little bit weaker of a play than a final turn Wolfsbane, but it helps guarantee what they can drop and where on the final turn. Yeah, Wolfsbane would be a bigger play, but going into, we have one additional turn. If this was the last turn, Wolfsbane would be a better play line. But since we had one additional turn, this locks them out of this location, and so now all they can do is drop cards here. Yeah, yep, Gamers Gym. Yeah, the Limbo location is what we were playing around, and so now we don't even have to drop anything. Even if they had a Dr. Doom or White Tiger, they dropped Cosmo, so it can't go wide. They can't drop Spectrum. They just don't have any answers now. So we force their hand. It's kind of the control curse. If you control well enough, you're not going to see the end of the game. So you're not going to see those big 8-cube gains very often. But you can see a lot more consecutive, ones and twos that you chip away at. You might try the deck. I just pulled Spider-Man today. Urko, that's huge. The Spider-Man deck works pretty well. You have to strategically drop and kind of position your cards, but it can work pretty well. The only like the biggest downside with the control decks is that you're not going to see big 8 cube games. So it's not quite as exciting all of the time because you're not going to have that like last turn like uncertainty. If you control how a control deck is designed to control, then on the final turn you're going to know the outcome. And so will the opponent. At that point, they're not going to stick it out. And so if you're controlling properly, you'll see a lot less in games. But it's really fun to be able to force their hand where they just can't make a turn or make a move. I like the control. I like the control archetype a lot. My only complaint is that it's not a surprise leader play at the end. It's not a surprise destroyer play where you're going to sneak away those cubes when they're not anticipating it. Urko, you usually play control. That's awesome. I think Spider-Man's going to fit. I think Spider-Man's going to fit into that slot incredibly well. So unfortunately, we're going to send them our Iceman because the last location turned out to be Oscorp Tower, which is okay. Onslaught Citadel is going to be a little bit tougher to win, unless they discard enough cards where they elevate it to the point where we can hit their Morbius with a Shang-Chi, and then we're just going to need to look for a win condition in one of the other lanes. Baby variant's great. You got both Doctor Strange. I don't think I've seen the Is there a Doctor Strange baby variant? If so, I don't think I've seen it. Like the professor pick, by the way. Did I make it? Which professor pick, Finster? The one from the Snap Academy video? American Primate. I just dipped into pool 3 and got lucky with Dr. Doom and Wong. That is huge. That's huge, American. So I actually did a video on an early Wong build. It doesn't have Dr. Doom. But I think I did it's a wide Wong deck. And I think those are really the 2 main cards that you need to make it work. And so White Tiger's a huge one in a Wong Odin decklist. Same with Dr. Doom. I think you're gonna have a pretty solid list with just those 2 cards. I'm kind of jealous. Gamers, is that the link to the Doctor Strange variant? Oh, I timed out. I was looking at I have seen that one. I just didn't realize that was categorized as a baby variant. So we timed out, which is not great. We can throw Jessica Jones into this lane. Maybe if they rotate and we don't have initiative, we can hit them with a sneaky Shang-Chi on the final turn. Or maybe if they discard enough cards, we can throw... we need them to discard 1 more card here. If they discard 1 more card... Ooh, the Dracula is end of game. Okay, actually, this could be big. So we know that they have... we know that they have their Apocalypse in hand. I think they most likely drop it maybe into Onslaught Citadel. Maybe they push it here. But they have initiative. So theirs will come down. We can destroy their Morbius if they drop their Apocalypse here. Or maybe they don't drop Apocalypse because Dracula will absorb it. We just have to hope that they don't drop a small card. Because this will push us to 5. We're able to outpower the Lady Sif. But if they drop something below 9 here, it will actually stick. They'll find the win condition there. So I think it's an okay play line. I don't think it's enough to win off of. Or I don't think it's enough to snap off of. It's enough that we might win off of, though. So let's go ahead and lock this one in. Let's hope this is the... Oh, no, it's a Gambit. Unfortunately, if that kills our Nightcrawler... Okay, nope, it didn't. So now it comes down to a tiebreaker, because we should match their power in the Onslaught Citadel between our 2. If our 18 win is more than theirs, and it is, we actually come down with the win. That was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. The Gambit had a win condition if it would have triggered on our Nightcrawler. She's dreaming. She's kicking the wall and running in her dreams. Did I add the cubes to this one already? I don't think I did. We're gonna bump it up to 38 just in case. Okay, so we'll go ahead and jump over into the next one. At least she's not whimpering. Urko, do you review decks? I'm not the best at reviewing decks, but I can give it a shot if you shoot one. A lot of times it takes me I need to really simmer on it, and a lot of times on stream I'm not able to do that well. But I can check it out if you jot down the list. And if not, you can always drop it into if you're on our Discord. You can drop it into the Discord. We have a lot of people that are really active there and help kind of look at and tweak and better decks where possible. Finster, I wish they would add fight mode where you pick 5 cards from your collection and you and your opponent's cards fight. You put one out each turn and the game would simulate fight based on power. I'm not sure if I'm following it fully. So would you just pick the highest strength cards, or would there be certain abilities? Because I think that would go into a sub game altogether. And so maybe they do other different kinds of modes at some point. But I know right now they're working on that core functionality. I think it could be cool if I'm understanding it correctly. Oh, no powers from their shows, and show it just kind of matches up based on that. That could be interesting to see. I think it'd take a lot of manpower to make that happen, though. I think would be potentially the biggest issue. So they have a lot of 1-cost cards. We're going to go ahead and snap. I don't see use in review. We all get different collections. We are playing with what we have. This could be a destroy. And so they could be shooting for a cheap double death. Do we go Sunspot? Next turn we go Destroyer, or we have the Spiderman to drop on 5 into Sinister London, which should give us a pretty big win condition. I think we go with that. I think we go with our Sunspot. Ooh, the Carnage and not just the Killmonger. So we know that our Sunspot is probably going to get popped at some point. We're going to throw it onto the board for now, though. I assume they have a Killmonger in their list and that they'll drop the Killmonger at some point. We can do double Wolfsbane. Or maybe we do double Nightcrawler into double Wolfsbane, because we can always move the Nightcrawler out. After this turn, our cards are going to shift anyways. This will give us a pretty big power Wolfsbane, because if it copies from here and goes here, that'll be a really big Wolfsbane in that far right lane. Totally, it's Angel. It makes sense. It makes sense that they would be running a destroy deck list. It was just a lot of 1-cost cards all across the board, and so it looked very, very zoo-like. King Sammy, thank you for jumping over into the Twitch stream. I appreciate you being here. I hope that you're having a great day so far. How long for bloody Mr. Beast to sponsor the game, I swear? Finster, are you saying that because you're seeing a lot of people get sponsored by the game? So you're watching a lot of videos and you see the Snap, I guess, sponsorship or ad? Because as far as Mr. Beast, I know that he recently said he's looking at buying a League of Legends team. I don't know that Marvel Snap is on his radar. Oh, and he sponsors everything. Gotcha. Ooh, and we do get the upside of the Wolfsbane. It goes from left and then it stacks over into Muir Island, which gives us a pretty big power push here. The Killmonger does come down. It clears up some of our space. We keep our Nightcrawler here. So for this turn, I think we drop our Spider-Man. I don't think they go with Death yet, but if they do, we do have a Shang-Chi for that final turn. So I feel decently confident in this play line. It really depends on what they drop this turn, but I think the double Spider-Man is going to be hard for them to combat against. Okay, so we lock down the Muir Island location. We lock down Sinister London. So they're going to be able to drop a card. They can still play their... Ooh, the Deathlock over here was unfortunate. They're going to be able to play their death here, but they're not going to be able to push any power out anywhere else. And so we could do Professor X. I don't see any kind of card that they have that pushes power out to the side, but we have Professor X just in case they had they've already played it, but if they had something like a Squirrel Girl that was going to push power out to the sides, I don't think they do. Gamers, you're so evil. We're just playing the control aspect to the best of our abilities. So we could force Professor X to go here and here, which I think might be what we go with. We turn first. Well, if they have a Nova, actually. If they have a Nova, maybe we push Nightcrawler over here. Playing with your food, Finster. Okay, I can see it. Let's go ahead and lock it in. I think this one's a pretty easy, straightforward. And then Master Wingman. I don't think I said this, but thank you for the follow. And then Magic3835. Thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate you guys being here. I'm glad to have you guys. And so we do get the lockdown of the Sinister London and the Weir Island location. Since it is a bot, they do stay in for the unwinnable condition. We get the easy 4 cubes. And so we're continuing to slowly climb. We'll see how far we can push today. I don't intend to hit infinite with this one, but maybe if we can hit 60, maybe if we hit 70, we can get one, the mystery card variant, and then 2, we don't go down so far when the game resets or when the season resets. So the Triskelion is always really random. We never know what the opponent is going to have. And then Hop a Blop, thank you so much for the follow as well. I hope that you're having a great night, and I appreciate you being here. The second one is Wakandan Embassy, so it gives all of the cards in our hand and all of the cards in their hand. So both of us get a pretty big surge off of it. And then Commodore, thank you so much for the follow as well. I appreciate you being here. So we could do Carnage now, and then we can start dropping our cards, because all of our other cards besides armor has been buffed up. I think we're going to do Carnage to clear this one up. It pushes it to 6 power, and then we can just start dropping our boosted cards from there. Wish it for you. I got a sweet Devil Dino at 70. So I've hit 70 on 3 of the 4 accounts. It's just this season, this one kind of got pushed to the side because I was focusing so much on like pool 1 and pool 2 content, so I was really using those accounts more often, and so this one just wasn't in the focus. And so I've gotten several of the variants. If we end up missing it, that's okay, but it would be nice if we were able to pull the mystery variant just before the season ends. So we're seeing oh wait, is this okay, so this one was created by the Triskelion. I was going to say we're seeing a lot of vultures, but this one was created through the randomness of the Triskelion, so not quite as surprising. So we can do, where do we think they're going to drop power? I think they probably drop power into the Triskelion lane to buff up their Angela, but I don't know that we are able to compete with whatever they drop. Let's go ahead and drop Drax into the Wakandan Embassy lane. If they drop something here, great, but I would anticipate them playing into the Triskelion. Ooh, no, I was wrong. One of those times that I'm glad to be wrong. So they drop a rescue, which is going to be a pretty big push. It's going to get an extra oomph with whatever they drop here. They're going to get an extra 5 power from that on reveal. And so maybe we do. Do we throw down a Baron Mordo? We can throw down a Baron Mordo and an armor. And then we're hoping that we outpower whatever they drop here. We can always move our Nightcrawlers to be able to drop like a last turn power push. We have a Blue Marvel that's going to be able to buff all of these up as well that we pulled from the Triskelion. So I think that's the play line we're going to go with for now. And then we'll see. And Omar is a human player. They had a title. I don't think bots can have titles, and so that's going to be another way that we can tell. Once more people get the titles, we'll be able to tell a little bit easier who is a bot and who's not. So since we dropped armor, we can't do Shang-Chi, but I think that's okay. I think all we have to do is drop Blue Marvel here, right? That's going to buff this one up by 4, unless they have a way to push power sideways. I think we're okay with that. We're going to go ahead and snap into it. We're going to drop Blue Marvel. It's a 5 power Blue Marvel because of the Wakandan Embassy buff. That gives us a pretty good push here. And I think they reinvest more power into the Triskelion. thinking that they have the Wakanda Embassy locked down. But even if we didn't have Blue Marvel, we had Nightcrawler that we would have been able to move out and then drop additional cards. So maybe they forgot that we had the Nightcrawler movement. I know that that's easy to do sometimes. And so we do pull down 4 more cubes. Let's go ahead and go up to 46. We'll jump over into the next one. And then Urko, you said that, so you got the list typed out. So you have Hood 0. Hold on. I'm going to complete the quests before I think this one through. And then I think we have enough time that we'll get enough quests that will complete the last slot of the daily missions. I don't think we need to force a reset. And so for your list, you have Hood, you have Zero, Angela, Carnage, Lizard, Shang-Chi, Enchantress, Jessica Jones, Typhoid Mary, Magic, Captain Marvel, and Red Skull. It's a 0 to hero deck mixed with control. And so the Angela is decent. You have the Hood that you'd be able to drop there to kind of zero out that power. You have the demon token that you'd be able to drop there, the Zero, the Lizard, as a way to push decent power into one of the lanes. I think it's a low enough curve that you'd be able to see that used more often than not. But the Hood, I guess. So you don't have a Killmonger in the list, right? So the Hood, you're always going to have that negative. You don't have a way to clear it besides Carnage. And do you find that you have very many Carnage targets? Because with those being like only two, I guess, Carnage synergies, you would have to draw into both, which is a lot less likely. Have you tested it out very much? And if so, how does it feel? I think a lot of like my recommendations come down to feel. Does it feel like you have Hood a lot more often than you find yourself with Carnage, and you're ending up with that negative power on the board? Or is it something that from your draws you've done decently? I'd be afraid of being stuck with the negative token or just having a Carnage that doesn't have a target to destroy. But if it's working out, or if you're finding that you're running up against a lot of demons or things that you need to clear, maybe it works. But those two pieces, everything else I think flows really, really well. But those two seem kind of against the grain for the rest of the flow of the deck anyways. So they have a pretty big power push already in the Angela lane. I think we drop an armor so that they can't destroy their Nova. And then we're just going to play Agent 13 into Tinker's Workshop. Actually, with New York, unless we storm it, they're going to be able to move their Nova out on that final turn, and then maybe they end up dropping something like, maybe they drop something like a Killmonger on the final turn as that last turn power push. And so we need to keep an eye out for that as well. So from the Triskelion, we did get Jubilee. So we could try to pull our Professor X. We have Psylocke as a way to try to ramp into some power as well. I think we go with Angela and Scorpion. We're going to push for these two lanes. We may shift everything that we have over into New York on that last turn, just in case they try to be sneaky with their Nova. We might look at running it that way. Snowman, Korg, and Crawler. Gamers Gym. Who's Snowman? It may be a nickname that I'm not familiar with. Urko, the Hood Carnage feels like it's the only thing that doesn't feel right. And so we can look at it to see what maybe replacements might be able to be made. So we can. Do we run a gamble with Jubilee to try to pull something impactful from the 7 cards that are left? Probably not. Maybe we do Jessica Jones here, and then as long as we don't play in this location, even if we move and play other cards, she'll get the buff when we move her over into New York. That frees us up to be able to push additional cards here. And so I think, oh, Snowman, free pleb, Iceman, I guess. That does make sense for Snowman. I think Iceman would make sense in that one. So they put Namor in mid. So they do overcome our current power level. I think we move Jessica Jones, we move our armor, our Sunspot, and then we're going to drop a Swordmaster, and we're going to drop a Wolfsbane. Jessica Jones should go up to 8. Actually, in that case, let's reverse them. No, they're going to be able to move power. We want more power over here. So Jessica Jones, as long as we don't play, since her honor reveal triggered in the Triskelion, that is where, if we play a card, it will take away that effect. And so by moving her, we can still play cards into this lane and still get the honor reveal that's technically effective in the Triskelion. I don't know if this is enough of a power push once everything kind of settles and resolves, but I think this is the best bet we have. And so what would we put instead of the Hood and Carnage? So we have the Zero, Angela, Lizard, Shang-Chi. So looking at the curve, we have Enchantress we have a lot of 4 costs. We have Shang-Chi, Enchantress, Jessica Jones, and Typhoid Mary. And so in that case, I think we would need maybe throw in a Maximus. Maximus is another good 0 target. That's 7 power. You can take away the upside of his ability. And so we anticipate the Nova trigger. We move our armor over just in case they move their Nova over to try and get the buff across the board. And so we do get the read correct. We actually sweep all 3 locations. Oh my gosh. We are raking in the cubes today. We're at 58. I think maybe we push for mid 60s before we call the stream, unless my daughter wakes up again, at which point we'll probably end. But Jessica Jones is cuttable. Yeah, I think it's very four drop heavy. And then the Red Skull is nice as a final turn play. Do you have Taskmaster? Taskmaster may also be a decent follow-up to if you ended up dropping Red Skull in 5. You might be able to do a Taskmaster to copy that power as well. No, you don't have Taskmaster. Gotcha. What about Arnim Zola? It'd be kind of a Hail Mary, and it's not as consistent. But Arnim Zola you could trigger on either your big zeroed out Typhoid Mary or your Red Skull to push him into multiple lanes, so you're going to double his power. It's a lot harder to play that play line strategically or efficiently because of that shift at the very end. And so sometimes it'll bite you because you won't need to move it over, or maybe you'll need the power in a certain lane. But I think it's worth trying anyways, because you have a couple of good targets in both Typhoid Mary and Red Skull for that final turn play. And that you may find that that's too top heavy. If so, then I think we go back to the drawing board. He may be a cut as well. But I think the biggest thing is finding the Hood and Carnage replacement. You want to keep your curve, I guess, kind of low if you're wanting something that's pushing or competing for power. So I'd say Maximus is one, and then I'm trying to think of the other 0 decks that I've seen or ran recently, because there's a lot of strong ones. I know that I ran 0 to Hero that had Dracula, which was really cool. Seeing the Dracula, it also had I guess it had Ebony Maw, but that was very specific to the Dracula build. In case you drew into that late, you could still discard and absorb the Ebony Maw, even though you couldn't play it with the Dracula. But I did like the flavor of the Dracula in the 0 to Hero build, because it's kind of surprising, and it's another way that you can trigger that additional power without the downside of their ongoing effects. So it looks like they're running probably a bounce style list. They're probably going to bounce some of these cards back in. I think we play Jessica Jones, or maybe we play Storm into the Dream Dimension. If we play Storm into the Dream Dimension, did I skip an entire? No, we just drew Storm. We can play Storm. That helps them out as well. as is, since they're a bounce style deck list, they want to run a lot of cards. And so I'm actually going to not storm the Dream Dimension lane because I think it hurts them more than it helps. I think it hurts them more than it hurts us because we can still drop a Spider-Man onto the board. They have a lot of low cost cards that are going to be difficult to drop. But where do we think we push our power? I think we gamble with the Dream Dimension lane. I think they try to push some of their power into the ruins. And that we lock down the Spider-Man lane. That leaves us free to try to hone in on these two locations. At least that would be my guess. They did use Moon Girl, so maybe they have a double Devil Dino, which could be kind of scary. So they just drop a Sunspot. Interesting. So that's not great. I wish we would have dropped into the ruins now so that we would have had that one locked down, because now we need to beat 6 power here, which we can do, but it does take some additional power, and it takes away some of the push that we could push into this lane. And so we can match the 6 power. But I think this one is a retreat. I think with the Sunspot able to absorb some of that extra energy, I don't think we have enough of a power push to overcome whatever they drop here. So I'm gonna go ahead and back out of this one. We'll take the we'll cut the 2 cube loss. It's better than sticking out, trying for a low win percentage chance, and then ending up losing those additional cubes in the process. You do have Dracula and Ebony Maw. Urko, that's huge. I can actually. I don't think I have the. I made a video. It's called 0 to Hero. Yeah, 0 to Hero, and it runs the Dracula build of it, and I had a lot of success with it. It was something like 67% win rate in deep pool 3. I'm trying to pull up I'm pulling it up now. So it runs a Sunspot, Nightcrawler, Zero, Ebony Maw, Angela, and then it runs a Cloak as well, which is kind of a sneaky way to push additional power into your Ebony Maw lane. And then it's the Lizard, the Dracula, Enchantress, Typhoid Mary, Red Skull, and then it also uses Chavez as a way to get your other cards more consistently. And so it was a very solid list. It had a lot of... oh, you think you played my list, Urko? Did it not do well for you? And then if the opponent has initiative, they'll probably Shang-Chi the Red Skull. Mary, oh, okay, yeah, the Zola. Zola is a tough one if they have initiative, if you're not able to keep up with that power tempo. Oh, Urko, you said you played it a lot? Are you just looking for a little bit different build? Fincer, any deck recommendations for early pool 3? It depends on what you've drawn into. It depends on what cards you found yourself with. So I think we compete for Fisk Tower primarily, and then we can always use a Storm on Luke's Bar on the final turn as a way to steal it away in a kind of surprising way. But Finster, what pool 3 cards do you have right now? Oh, Urko, you said you just wanted a little bit more control. I got you. Sometimes whenever you're running like a powerhouse list, sometimes those really shine whenever you're... Sometimes those are really able to shine whenever you just lean in to doing that one thing well, rather than trying to split its focus. But you may also test it out. You might find a combination that I hadn't thought of yet. And so... Oh, Finster, you pulled Crystal as one of your first 2. Oh, that's tough. Toyas, thank you for the follow, and Baya, thank you so much for the follow as well. And then Toyas, you said, hey, so for my lunch, I can now enjoy TLSG on Twitch. Yeah, so we're testing out the Twitch stream, Toyas, because the way that the YouTube streams work is that once I start streaming, it takes away the search ratings and the videos push from YouTube, from the algorithm. It starts pushing the live stream instead, and so the views on that day's video just they get cut in half, and then after the stream ends, it just never really bounces back. And so I'm testing this out for now. I know it's going to be a lot smaller of a stream for quite a while, if I don't know if we ever get the viewership that we have on the YouTube account, because that's just the support we've had there has been massive. But it's just something I'm testing out for now. You're using a destroyed dino right now. Your one. How's it running for you, Finster? And ooh, I better make a play. We'll go with this. How's it running for you so far, Finster? I know that we're about to have the season refresh, so that means your weekly missions are going to reset. You're going to get a new battle pass, and so you're going to start being able to get a pretty good surge of credits starting tomorrow, which I think should help elevate you and push you into getting some more pool 3 cards. So I think the biggest thing is just kind of holding on for now, holding out until you're able to get those additional cards. And then Urko, have you tried unlisting the streams and putting them in a playlist? That's what the big dogs do. I have, and it does help after the stream ends. But during the stream or like leading up to it, since I released the video and it's only been out for maybe 4 or 5 hours, and then the live stream comes out, they're competing with what should push, because the original video has not been out long enough to get it hasn't been out long enough to get hit into those ratings, into the different like search ratings, and have it solidified. And so then yeah, they there's traction between the two. And so after I end the stream, if I unlist it does kind of bounce back a little bit, but it never fully recovers. And so we're testing out. All of this growth has been insane. We've had so much growth so insanely quickly that I'm just trying out. I'm looking at the metrics, trying out a couple of different things. I don't know if Twitch is where we end up landing. I don't know if YouTube is where we land and just kind of deal with the fact that they compete with each other. But it is something that I wanted to kind of test out and try out and see. And if we end up making a full switch, anybody that has bought the YouTube membership on the YouTube account, I have a way to, the Hella resummon is a tough one. They're going to sweep all 3 lanes. But if we do make a full switch, I'm going to make it right with anybody that has the paid YouTube membership on YouTube, because I don't want anyone to feel slighted if we end up changing. I'll do something like gifting everybody that's a current paid member on YouTube a membership for the first month whenever we transition, if that's how it goes. But we don't know if that's what it looks like just yet. And so right now we're just in the testing phase. You hate Hella deck so much. It's just there are counters to it, but it's just so flexible that if they draw the right pieces, it's really hard to beat, especially early in pool 3. It's a very tough one to match up against. Finster Green, my friend said Iron Man is best in game and needs to be in every deck, and I'm just dying of laughter. Iron Man's pretty strong. He has a really, really strong and like polarizing ongoing ability. But with that, there are counters, and he does have a pretty high cost. So I don't know that he fits in every deck, but he is very versatile. He's probably one of my most played cards. Urko, you and Teddy Ninja are popping off on the YouTubes right now. I have had an insanely fortunate amount of growth. Like ever since launch, there has been this wave that I've been able to manage to stay on top of the wave instead of getting like lost into the mix and like just tumbling underneath. But I feel like that could change any day, and so we're trying to make sure that we make the right moves to help keep that going in the right direction. And so we don't know. Tomorrow it could drop back off. We don't know. We're trying to make the right moves, and all of this is new to me, so it's an entirely new journey. And so we're trying our best. But yeah, I know I've seen some of Teddy Ninja's stuff. There's several creators that are absolutely exploding. So Hoogland, Jeff was ahead of my channel in subs going into launch, and he's absolutely been exploding as well. He's been doing really good things on both Twitch and YouTube, and he's had quite a bit of success. And so all good things from there as well. So, do Do we think they ever run a Heimdall at the very end? So it looks like they're running a move deck. They may move a Kraven, or maybe they don't, and they just drop Heimdall to shift everything on the final turn. I think maybe we drop Spider-Man into this lane, though. We don't play a card here so that we get the 8 power from Jessica Jones. Maybe this will be enough to win us here, and then maybe we can find a win condition in the right lane as well. You're a Teddy Ninja mod? Urko, that's huge. And he went from like 10 concurrent viewers to 3 to 5. Does Teddy Ninja stream on YouTube, or does he stream on Twitch? Because on YouTube, I normally hover around an average of like 200, 250 concurrent viewers, which I was pushing maybe 80 or so before, and so then it just exploded. I think I capped out at like almost 500, absolutely unheard of. So does he have any issues with the algorithm? I guess maybe I need to reach out to Teddy Ninja, because I know he's pushing daily content as well, and so maybe I reach out to him to see how it's going for him. So Captain Marvel will be able to move. She's 6 additional power. So if they do a Heimdall shift, the 6 power so 2, it's gonna be 9, 10, 11, and then 12, 13. Oof. So a Heimdall shift here would win them this lane and potentially this one. I think maybe we lean in and try to win this lane as well. That's what we're going to hope for. Our in-game strategy here is today is hope. Commandor on YouTube. Wait, I may have missed. Is this the same Urko on Teddy's stream too? Yeah, it sounds like it. Oh, Finster, I know, but every deck, yeah. No, I don't think it's every deck. I think it's very, very strong in a lot of decks, but I don't think every single strategy. Sometimes it just defaults down to hope. Oh, and well, I guess, if Captain Marvel moves out. Oh no, there was no way. There was no way that we won that one. Because everything that got moved over buffed Kraven up to so much higher. Yeah. Unfortunately, these two were our losses. They didn't snap, so it wasn't a huge gamble. It was just 1 additional cube. I think it was worth playing out and seeing. We came close in this left lane, because the move over, it actually brought one of the lower cost cards, or lower power cards, and it hurt their power level overall, but we just weren't able to find it. And we're going up against them again. One of Teddy's legion of mods too. Commandor, you're on Teddy's mod list as well. That's huge. What a small world. Finster, yeah, my friend says fast upgrades give you more levels, and I swear, yeah, yeah. So I would almost never recommend the fast upgrade system. It's just for the cost, it's not worth it, because you're using credits, which is the most restricted resource in the game, and so you could just get those boosters by playing longer. And so I would almost never recommend the fast upgrade to anyone. But if that is what's working for him, that is what is working from him. Gamer, yeah, we're still very, very positive for the day. We're insanely positive so far, and so definitely worth playing that one out and seeing. I'm thinking, because we know, ooh, we're okay with Weird World. Weird World is gonna give them some worse resources. It's gonna give us some decent ones. We're gonna be able to play their miles and their move stuff a little bit better than they can. We're gonna take away the Bifrost. That takes away some of the movement, and then maybe we can invest enough cards here that we can find the win condition. What's fast upgrade? So fast upgrade, it allows you to use credits to upgrade one of your cards. Using gold, or not using gold, using credits. And so it basically replaces the boosters that you are missing with a higher credit cost. And so it's ratio wise, it's one of the worst ways to spend your credits, especially since they are so restricted. And so, yeah, it's I wouldn't say it's a a wise use of... I wouldn't say it's a wise use of your credits. There are definitely more strategic ways to use them to progress faster. And so one of those, I would say just grinding out games so that you get the boosters and you'll be fine. Once you grind out a good set of boosters, you're almost never going to run into a scenario where you just don't have boosters to use to upgrade your cards. So like on my main account, there's never, like, even if I stopped playing now and just collected the credits, we'd be able to upgrade cards for probably years. We have that much of a surplus. And so they may have their Heimdall in hand already, which is kind of concerning. We can drop Jessica Jones into Weird World. We have one more turn. So if they move a card this turn, then we can get a cheap Miles. No, they have Captain America. And so we do have more than a 6 power lead here. Do we give them Hell's Kitchen? I almost think we drop Kraven and Miles Morales into the Weird World location. Then if Captain Marvel moves over here for some reason, then it buffs up our Kraven. But if they compete enough here, that is going to take away the 4 power bonus from Jessica Jones. As is right now, it's 5, 6, 7, 8. If Captain Marvel leaves this lane, it's only 8 power here. So can we beat 8 power? I don't think we can. It's 3, 4, 5, 6. The most we can get to is 8. Or we can tie this lane if they didn't drop anything additional there. We'll lean into it. We'll go, if you skip Sunspot and Jessica Jones get buffed, that is true. But they'd have to have a way to push more power here. Right now, I think the Sunspot is okay in mid. I think where the issue becomes is if they drop a big, powerful card, that the movement is going to beat us. And so the Heimdall, and so then now Captain America can... oh, wait, no. Okay. We lose it anyways, because Captain America can move over. It pushed their cloak over into Hellfire Club. Oh man, that is... We knew that they had some strong ongoing cards. That one was not worth. The first one was worth seeing and playing out. That one was not worth. That brings us down to... from 42, that'll bring us down to, what, 34? They're chipping away at us. We're going to wait a minute and let Winandar match up to something else. Because this list and control list in general are pretty weak to movement decks. Because we operate on dropping a storm, locking out that location, dropping a Spider-Man. But they have ways to still push power into those lanes. And so it's really weak to, I guess, wide decks and movement decks. And so that's what we're going to try to avoid going against any more movement decks for a little bit. Gamers, I grinded a lot on Doctor Strange and Spider-Woman. Usually you retreat X on District X and Weird World. Yeah, a lot of times those just create such unpredictable play lines that sometimes it's worth it just to jump out. Finster, I swear I just lost to last turn Galactus. The hub is fun. Galactus is always fun to see. Whether I win or lose afterwards, I always enjoy seeing the Galactus played. It's always like a little bit of a treat to see. And then, isn't spending gold on dailies to get credits to upgrade cards considered fast upgrades in a sense? In a sense, it's being able to upgrade your cards more quickly. You're getting more credits, but they have a system called Fast Upgrade where it basically replaces your grind for boosters with spending more credits, and it just ratio-wise, it's not great. So this has to be a bot. They played into Superflow on turn 1, but the last time we ran up against the bot, we ended up losing just as quickly as we chuckled and said that it was a bot. So let's play the Wolfsbane. We're going to go ahead and cap out Xandar. We can move Nightcrawler later, but I think this will be enough of a power push so that we can start focusing on either Hellfire Club or Superflow. Now, if they drop their Mjolnir at any point, and they have initiative on that last turn, we can drop Shang-Chi as a way to destroy their Thor, so they do drop Mjolnir. So I think we start trying to set up a turn 5 Spider-Man into Superflow into a turn 6 Shang-Chi play. I think that's going to be a pretty big power push, and I think it's gonna probably surprise them a bit. So, well, if this is a human player, I think it's a bot, but so it's probably not going to surprise the bot. But we'll lean into it anyway. So wow, they draw back into Mjolnir. They top deck Mjolnir 2 times in a row. If we didn't have Shang-Chi to counter it, I would be... Ooh, the Doctor Doom is kind of scary, because now if they have an Odin, they can re-trigger the Doctor Doom, which is kind of scary. Do we Spider-Man into the Hellfire Club lane? Do we think we have enough of a power push? That's going to forego getting 4 power from Jessica Jones, though. But I think maybe we look at locking down the Spider-Man lane if they cap this one out, and it's not a big power push that stays there. Maybe we move our Nightcrawler, we drop Sunspot, and we pass as a way to push for Xandar and Hellfire Club instead of the Superflow. Yeah, the Shang-Chi on the Thor is going to be huge. But it really depends on what gets pushed here. Bro's doing year 12 maths right now. I have... sometimes I feel like I've gone a little bit insane sometimes when I'm trying to calculate these like obscure play lines. So we have 6 power. They can't re-trigger Doctor Doom. If for some reason they have a White Tiger as well, that's just going to destroy us. And then if they passed and absorbed some power with Sunspot, then doing something like a Sunspot here is not gonna benefit us too much. I think we leave Nightcrawler here. I think we Shang-Chi, and that's just what we're gonna lean in on. We're gonna lean in on the fact that we have 6 power, they have 5. If they can't, yeah, overthinking is a curse. I get into certain situations where I play out a play line to my gut, and then I start like thinking of all these weird like potential variables that could factor in, and sometimes that's why I end up roping. Most of the time I just need to go with my gut though. But yeah, I am a very big overthinker, and so they have Odin, but they're not able to do it on the Doctor Doom, so we're fine. We Shang-Chi, they're Thor, and we end up winning. We hold down Xandar even with the Odin play. Yeah, and then they can only play 1 card because of wave. But if this was a White Tiger, it would have pushed 7 more power here, and then they would have locked down these 2 lanes. And since this was a lockdown rotation, sometimes those do run White Tiger, and so I was cautious. I was cautious of a potential White Tiger play, but it was a risk that we were willing to take and know about going into that final turn. Thinking of every card in the game and their stats and abilities, and yeah, sometimes I start overthinking, and I'm my own worst enemy in some scenarios. But there are a lot of times where thinking of a very particular play line is able to let me counterplay it, and it works out well. But it is a balancing act. So we have Spider-Man and Professor X. We can always Spider-Man on 4, Professor X on 5 if we have the clearance. I think we start stacking into the far right lane. We probably do Iceman. I'd say we do armor as well. And then if this is an okay position, then I think we storm on 3 into a Spider-Man on 4, Professor X on 5. If they don't compete with us here, then at that point we just win. So off of that, I think we go ahead and snap. The Atlantis lane is going to be okay. Well, that was a fast one. That was a very fast one. We'll take the 1 cube. I'm guessing they didn't get a good play line. But we were going to lock down a lane with a Spider-Man on 4 and just not play into the storm lane. Hope that what we had there was enough to convince them not to play there. Then we could have locked down a second lane on 5 and then would have forced a retreat at that point. When 2 lanes are locked, it's high probability that they want to push high power on the 3rd location as well to maximize the win. That's true. Especially with the lockjaw rotation, a lot of times it runs some big power plays. Sometimes it runs some things that are going wide as well. I'm still surprised that we have so many Teddy Ninja fans here. I need to touch base with him to see what he has found about the streaming situation. Does he normally stream on days that he releases a video, or does he kind of gap them out differently? Commodore, I remember thinking about this yesterday, but does Zero cancel out Infinite's restriction? It doesn't. So since Zero's effect doesn't remove the card the effect until it's been played, it won't. So I mean, technically it would if you played Zero on 4 and then on 5 you skipped and then played Infinite on 6. Technically it would, but not in a way that you can cheat it out early. So let's go ahead and armor their Nova lane. If they destroy it this turn, then they're able to get the upside. But otherwise, we lock in the Nova, make sure that they can't get any upside from it. Bar with no name is going to be one that we avoid, so we also are going to avoid dropping our Squirrel. Well, I guess we can storm that location on maybe on one of the last turns and act like we just forgot. So maybe we do. Maybe we play Debris. We push for winning and locking down this location. So maybe, depending on what they drop, tentatively, I kind of like dropping a Professor X into District X on 5, because that's going to encourage them to drop their cards into the vault on 5, and then we can always lock down Bar with No Name on 6. Normally streams Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and publishes on the videos on the other days. So that would be the way that I could see it making sense. That gives the video enough time to rank in the searches, and then you're not negatively impacting that as well. And so with me doing daily, I found that there was a lot of just a lot of tension between the two, because then it wouldn't fully have enough time to rank, and then it would start pushing something else, and it was tough. And so we're testing out potential alternatives to be able to maybe end up using. So let's go with Medusa here. We're gonna avoid the vault location. I think we're gonna give that one away. We're just gonna let them have that one. So maybe they're okay. So they lock it down with Spider-Man that they got from District X. Maybe we play Juggernaut here. We could play Juggernaut as a way to force their card off of the District X location, and maybe into Bar with No Name, but it also caps us out here. I think we need to lean into the Professor X. Storm and then Jug. Storm where? Storm mid? Oh, Storm. Oh no, we can't storm over there. Storm Bar and then Juggernaut here, but that still leaves us pretty weak in the District X lane, right? I guess we could do Juggernaut and Lady Sif. And then hope that whatever gets pushed from here gets pushed over. And they may just push some large power into District X this turn. And so if it's anything, okay, yeah. So Black Bolt makes us discard our lowest cost card. Not a huge hit, because it was the Squirrel Girl that we weren't planning on playing anyways. And so now to win this one, we would need a pretty good power push. We could do Captain America. That's going to be 3, 4, 5, 6. That pushes us to 14. If they didn't drop anything into District X this turn, we could win it, but I doubt it. And then we even have the very, very low chance of Juggernaut finding a win condition. This one looks like a loss. I can stay in to let this one play out if we want, because it's only one additional cube. But in every game or any kind of play line that I would do, I would reinvest back into District X, because we already have the vault locked down. We don't have to worry about this location. So this is our second location. They just give up flooding lane and be fine. Okay, we'll duck out of this one. We'll go down to 42. Let's see if we can find a few cube games where we can gain. We're hovering around 57. We started off really strong, and now we're kind of middle ground for now. We'll play a little bit longer, and then it's about 5 a.m. So I'll end in maybe the next 20 minutes or so, and then I'll catch some rest. That way, I can sleep in a little bit tomorrow. But I plan to do a live stream tomorrow as well. Maybe we run something different tomorrow since we already ran the Spider-Man deck today. Maybe we run something a little bit different. Is there anything in particular that you guys would want to see? We have pool 1 account, we have our pool 2 account, and we have 2 pool 3 accounts. One is completely in game, which that we're going to play that one on the season reset. And so we'll look at what's best tomorrow. Is there anything in particular you guys would rather see versus something else? Demon, they should allow us to play out our best play even after retreating, just to see how the game would have played. I think that would relieve some of the tension, Demon. So right now, I know that there's a lot of tension between doing the fun thing and then doing the strategically correct thing. There's a lot of like competing back and forth from like what is truly like what should you do. And so from a content creation standpoint, a lot of times you play lines that aren't necessarily the most strategic. So whether that be snapping back, staying in after a big snap, just to see it out and kind of see those different play lines. I think it'd be cool to be able to see what that next turn would be. But I also think it, from a like competitive standpoint, it gives you a lot of information about your opponent's deck. That, I mean, you retreat and then you get to get and gain information about that deck that you're going to run into that next game. And so from a competitive standpoint, I could see it being a potential issue. But as of right now, I think it'd be really cool to have added. We have Sunspot and Wolfsbane. I think that's enough to lock down the flooded location. We have a Spider-Man as a play into Sakaar. We already have a pretty decent advantage over there. And so I think the Spider-Man into whatever we play on turn 6 should be enough. Ooh, so they restorm the storm location. And so now it's going to be truly the last turn that cards can be played there. But I think we Spider-Man this location. If they invest here, we just skip next turn. Let Sunspot absorb some energy. I think we should be fine. Pool 2 deck in pool 3, please. Oh, so running just a pool 2 deck that we're like running on Sulky Hulky on a deck that doesn't have any pool 3 cards. So the Doc Ock ends up pulling our Rock, which is kind of devastating. If we didn't have Sunspot here, that'd be really tough. They've already dropped Killmonger, unless they have an Odin, which would be strange in this list to re-trigger the Killmonger. Otherwise, we should be absolutely fine. They can't play cards here. Even if they could go wide, I don't think they can match the power. We can just skip and allow Sunspot to finish out the game on the left-handed lane for us. Yeah, I can look at building a pool 2 deck that I'd be comfortable running on this list. Trying to figure out which one works best. Okay, my gosh. I was very sadly mistaken. Oh no. What a massive Magneto. That was huge. It pulled almost every single one of our cards. Oh, that's tough. That's a tough one. Let's go ahead and jump into a couple more. I appreciate everyone that's here and hanging out with us. While we're testing out the waters between Twitch and YouTube, I know that this is much more like a smaller feeling of a stream, which I'm okay with. I think if this is what's best for like the daily video uploads, then I'm all for it. But I also think it's worth testing and seeing the kind of how it performs here versus if we just push on YouTube. I think if we do live streams on YouTube, we would probably eventually have to start pushing towards not doing daily uploads, and so doing like Teddy Ninja and kind of alternating. Yeah, Magneto is definitely hard to read. It's a hard one to have kind of pinpointed down. And then Velvet Taper, thank you so much. Velvet Taper, thank you so much for following us on Twitch. I'm glad to have you here. So we're gonna drop Angela, we're gonna drop Storm into the middle location. We're gonna rotate our cards. So we do have Spider-Man that we'll be able to drop 1/5. Either that, or if we think we have this one locked down, we can always Spider-Man into a Professor X, into whatever we play on turn 6. But I think we need to invest more power into the flooded lane. If we can win the flooded lane, then I think we can hold down either Mojo World or the Atelian location. Phoenix still here, juggling uni work and just chilling, watching, and it makes work so fun. I'm so glad that you're still here hanging out, Phoenix. I appreciate you multitasking. Whenever I watch streams, most of the time I'm a lurker, and so I still greatly appreciate anyone that is here and just lurking around, because those lurkers drive streams a lot of the times, even though they're not consistently chatting. They're there supporting the content and just enjoying it. So if they're running a Spectrum, we're gonna lose. We're gonna lose the flooded location pretty heavily, I think. But I'm gonna drop Spider-Man into Mojo World. Ooh, so the Iron Man there is actually fine, right? If they drop a Spectrum here, that's gonna be 5. That's going to be 5 power. We can do Jessica Jones and Scorpion. They would lose power with their Warpath if they do Spectrum here, and so I think we would still win the flooded location. Yeah, that we would still win the flooded location because they played into a third lane. They're not able to play here or here, so either they skip or they forego that Warpath bonus. Winning this one at this point is tough. All we have to do is drop a Rock or a Scorpion or any low cost card. So we'll take the 1 cube gain back again, and I still want to hit 60, but I'm starting to think it started going a little bit slower here as we get later on in the night. Either we're playing up against different players, or I'm getting a little bit more sleepy. But the climb has slowed down significantly. We'll still play a few more. We still have maybe another 15 minutes or so. But I'm starting to get a little bit tired, because normally I would be starting work in about 2 hours. But since work got canceled for today, I don't have to worry about it as much. But I don't want to mess my sleep schedule up too much. Late night brain is point for me. Yeah, late night brain is a thing. It's a thing, and sometimes it's tough to overcome. I think we drop Angela and Iceman into Baxter Building. If we can lock down Asgard, we draw additional cards. If we have a decent push in Baxter Building as well, then I think that helps us out. Waiting to unlock Spidey. He is so powerful and matches my playstyle. Demon, yeah, he's not inherently like strong, as in he 3 powers tough to use. But he's so strategic in being able to force cards or being able to force the opponent into a very particular play line that I really enjoy playing him. For a little while, I messed around with him in a Mr. Negative deck list, and it was inconsistent, but it was fun because then Spider-Man became 3 cost and 5 power. Same thing with like a Wolfsbane. Your Storm got inverted. Your Professor X became cheaper as well. So when it worked pretty well. It was fun. It was fun to experiment with. Not the most consistent thing, though. I think we're going to lean heavily into Asgard. What we need to have is... we need to have Shang-Chi. Although our Scorpion may bite us. Nope. If they drop Mjolnir, we'll be able to destroy the Thor. And so that's what we're going to lean in on, is getting this additional draw in Asgard to be able to have the Shang-Chi to destroy Thor on that final turn. Yeah, powerful in the sense of strategy, which is big. Not all cards have that. Sometimes it's just raw power that you just throw onto the board and you just force that power out there. And so it is fun to see kind of a mixture of both. So what do they snap for? So going into the last turn, we have a 50% chance. We have 2 cards left in our deck. We We have a 50% chance of drawing Shang-Chi. I think we play... I think we're going to play Iron Fist and Spider-Man here. That way Spider-Man tries to push over, it cancels out Iron Fist's ability, but it gives us a little bit more power push here. If we draw into Shang-Chi, that's great. If not, maybe we need to pivot and try and find a win condition otherwise. Yeah, Odin could be... They could have Odin. That's a lot of power in the Baxter Building lane. But we have initiative, so Shang-Chi is not going to let us do anything big in Asgard. So we have the win condition in the hub. I think we just lean in on this. So this is going to be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 power, and that's going to take out 9 of theirs. I think we should be fine. We're going to go ahead and snap back at them. Hopefully we don't scare them off. Hopefully they stick around. But I think they probably retreat. We probably should have snapped before going into that final turn, but... Oh no, they're going to let it play out. So they're going to go to the rotation. Luckily, the Asgard lane, if they do flip into a Magneto, we don't have any spots free, so they're not going to be able to pull any cards there. Unless they have a lot of cards that go wide, we should be able to... Okay, there's one that goes wide. And another one that goes wide. Oh no! Oh no, it's going to be tight. Okay. That was very close. It's very, very close. The flip into White Tiger was huge. The Doctor Doom was potentially devastating. That was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. So that brings us up to 47 and just a little bit closer to 60. Maybe we have a couple more good games like that. If we do, then maybe we can absolutely hit 60. Yeah, Demon. That was Demon and Gamers. That was insanely close. Too close for comfort. The Raft is not our strong suit with this list. Unless we draw into a very particular set of cards, a lot of times we can't compete for it. I think we at least start acting like we're competing for it. We can always shift it with Storm this next turn if it looks like we're just not going to be able to get there. But so much fun to watch. It was a lot of fun to like see play out. Kind of scary, but it was a lot of fun to see played out. So if we drop Wolfsbane this turn, we can actually drop a Sunspot and a Storm into the Raft next turn to cap it out. I think we do. It's not huge, but sometimes that extra 6 power is going to be... Oh, and it's a bot. They played Swarm naturally. It has to be a bot. So yeah, I think we're going to Sunspot and then Storm. That way we get the extra card. We can then pull it back in. We don't have a great advantage in the Sunspot lane, but it all comes down to if the Raft free 6-cost card that we get is beneficial, if it's worthwhile. So I think we're going to lean in on that. They may get a free 6-cost card as well, but sometimes the card that you get is incredibly impactful. Sometimes not so much. Apocalypse is not bad. The Wong is interesting. So they're running a discard list. I bet they have an Apocalypse of their own. And going into next turn, we can't drop our Professor X. We can drop Jessica Jones, but that's about it. So maybe we drop Jessica Jones here. I think we're fine in the flooded location. They didn't push any power there. I don't think they are running a deck that can go wide. So we can do Jessica Jones. That'll be 8 power. On the final turn, we can do Apocalypse plus whatever else we want, or maybe just Apocalypse and skip to absorb some extra power with our Sunspot. Several times Raft was left, I got Giganto. It always feels bad when you get something like that, or if you get something like an Arnim Zola when you just capped out the far left lane, and so then it kind of becomes useless. Or if you cap it out on turn 5 and you get an Infinite, that always stings a little bit too. But yeah, there's several times that I've kind of wound up into that position as well. I didn't notice how... I didn't see their Apocalypse go back in their hand. Did they not get an Apocalypse discard? No, they didn't? Oh my gosh, that's huge. So let's play the Angela, the Apocalypse, the Iceman. This is going to absorb or get, I guess, grow 4 power larger. We have the win condition here. We're going to absorb 3 extra just in case anything weird happens. But we should be, I think, absolutely fine. Actually, we could have lost if they, for some reason, had a Dr. Doom, but in a discard list, especially a bot discard list, it's not an include that I would find very often. So now we're getting some easy games again. So that one's going to put us to 55. We're up to 55. If we can have a couple more wins like that, maybe we can hit 60 before we jump off. I'll play a little bit tomorrow. We'll play on Sulky Hulky tomorrow, see if we can maybe push a little bit further during like a lunch live stream. I don't know that we hit 70, but 60 definitely seems possible. Merciful bots. Yeah. Sometimes you run into merciful bots. Sometimes you run into cutthroat ones that just are out for blood. And you never know which one you're gonna match up against. Sometimes they have the exact right counter for the exact right play. And then other times they drop a Bucky Barnes on turn 6 and just let you have the win. And so I feel like there's a good balance. At one point, it was very misbalanced where the bots were extremely tough. They were insanely hard to fight against. It wasn't fun. For like almost a full season, it was like they were cranked to the max difficulty. They wound it back. Now I think they're in a good spot. I don't have any issues with the bots for the most part. Usually they're not incredibly bad. And usually they're not incredibly good either. And so I think they're in a pretty good middle ground. The bots that have every play line figured out are the most annoying. Yeah, and I think my biggest issue with it is that the ones that seem like they have every single play line figured out, usually those are the ones that... Actually, I'm going to storm this lane. We're going to storm this lane. We're going to Spider-Man Mojo World. Usually, the part that I had the issue with was if I dropped, an armor into Death's Domain and I had initiative, on that same turn, they dropped regular cards that would have been destroyed otherwise because they knew they had the armor protection, or just like completely countering that RNG element. Just felt so unfair and unfun to play against. So they do wave, or they do Odin to re-trigger the wave. I'm curious what else they're running. We're not able to destroy Odin here, but if we do Spider-Man and we keep this lane locked down, maybe we can find a way to get more cards than they have in Mojo World to find our win condition. So they do, a Dr. Doom, oof. Professor X is much less played recently. Yeah, so without a way to cheat him out, a lot of times Storm is a little bit more beneficial, or finding another play line can be more beneficial overall. And so like here, they don't have Odin. They could have White Tiger. But without cheating him out early, a lot of times he feels just okay. And so he does synergize well with Spider-Man on 4, Professor X on 5. We would need some early power in one of the other lanes so that we can come in and kind of clean up afterwards. But usually I think Storm is a little bit better, and we can continue to push our power that way as well. So if they have a White Tiger, again, we run into a potential lose condition situation here. We are in a snapback. Psylocke could be a potential add, but with this list we ran only one pull 3 card. The rest are pull 2. Yeah, and both of those could help us cheat it out early. And I think I have Psylocke on this account. I don't have Electro, but the intention with this build is like for those that if Spider-Man was the first card that you pulled. Okay, Killmonger is tough. I think we lose this lane now because we don't get enough power. Unfortunately, we move the Nightcrawler out of the protection just in time for it to get Killmongered. So we match the same amount of cards that they have, but it comes down to a power push at that point, and they get the nice 8 cubes off of us, bringing us back down to 47 for now. Yeah, we got outplayed for sure there. With the Killmonger, since the move triggers first, they were able to use that to their advantage. But yeah, I think Psylocke is decent for Professor X's. I also like decks that my favorite is Electro. Being able to cheat it out early or just have a big enough power push to more reliably trigger your Professor X is big. How did he know you were moving Nightcrawler? I think it was just a gut read. So I would have had to play 3 cards into Mojo World, and that's pretty hard to do with a kind of mid-range deck. And so I think it was probably just a read, assuming that I would move it there because I needed 1 additional card in that lane. And so I think it was a little bit of a gamble, but it was a calculated gamble. So I think we play Angela into Hala. I don't think they try and push anything here. And then, because, well, okay. I didn't think they would want to run the risk of it getting destroyed. So now that they have Bucky Barnes there, I think now they don't push anything there. Oh, but now I want to drop armor instead of Storm. Let's drop Storm anyways. Next turn, maybe we can fit an armor in before they destroy these cards. Okay, no, they're just going to destroy it anyways. So that what is it going to be? A Nova and a Carnage? Would be a good turn 3, an Iceman in a Carnage. There we go. Calculated gamble is what making the game. Yeah, so it makes it a lot like poker. Like figuring out what your opponent has, trying to get a read on what they're playing, what they have, and then kind of counterplaying or trying to counterplay. Yeah, it makes it feel incredibly fun for me. So we can do Sunspot. If they ran a Destruction list, they might have a Killmonger trigger as well. I think we have to give up the flooded lane. Because I don't think there's any way that we can push. Actually, we can push 10 power. Jessica Jones would push 8, 9, 10, which would push us to 16. So if they feel like they have the win condition there, the only counter at that point would be a Nova from their end. And so if they give up there, I think we're fine. Toya's by TLSG, thanks for the entertainment. Gotta hop back into some meetings. I'm so glad that you were able to join us for your lunch. It's 5:30 a.m. my time, and so I'm probably gonna wind down pretty soon as well. But I'm glad you were able to jump in and join us for a little while. I hope that you have a great rest of your work day. Sonic Geel, thank you so much for following. And I don't know if I read this one. Marty, thank you so much for the follow as well. I'm so glad to have you guys here. So the Green Goblin is kind of... I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we want to drop our armor, if we want to gamble on a Professor X play. We could always do an armor and a Sunspot, and then just skip and let it start absorbing. But if they have a Nova that they drop into Onslaught Citadel, maybe we lose as a result. Sonic Geel, hey, how's it going? I'm glad you were able to jump in and join us. I hope you're having a great day so far. Oh, so they Professor X the Citadel location. Interesting. Oh, so do they have... Is this a Destroyer list? So with Destroyer, that's going to push them to 17. If we skip, that's only 15. I think we lose this matchup. Had we dropped the Professor X, we would have found the lockdown in Central Park. I think with it being... So I don't know if they have it or not. We don't know if they have it or if they're bluffing. But for the potential extra cubes that we would be risking, right now we're risking 1 if we retreat. If we're just playing, I think if we stay, it's more of a pride thing that we're just trying to push back that they don't truly have it, unless we just had a very specific read. But since we are so... You doubt it's a demon? You doubt it's a Destroyer? You don't think so? Now I feel like we need to stay and find out. Strategically, we should retreat. But we're gonna check it out. You led us astray, demon. You led us astray. They're gonna win that one by 2. Carnage in a Destroyer deck. It's probably an early pull 3, build. Not necessarily an in-game one. I could see it. No, Demon, you're fine. If I wasn't comfortable potentially losing the cubes, I would have retreated. And so never feel bad about a read or a call. It's not something that we take the losses incredibly seriously or hold them incredibly close to chest. So don't feel bad at all, Demon. You're perfectly fine. So coming off the cloning vat featured location, we have a cloning vat. So we're gonna be able to do. Maybe we do Sunspot. Next turn we can do an armor. We can do Wolfsbane. And then we can storm one of the other locations pretty early on. Sonic Geo, why not YouTube today? I'm doing some testing, Sonic Geo. Done it and lost to Killmonger. What, the double Sunspot? That's what I was thinking armor for. But Jill, so what I've been finding with my daily uploads, along with the triple Sunspot, what I've been finding with my daily uploads, along with, oh, is the game volume really low? Seems really, really low. But what I've been finding with my daily uploads on YouTube and with the kind of friction of the live streams is that once I start live streaming, it stops pushing the daily video as much. And so when it stops pushing the daily video as much, it cuts the views in half and it hurts that long-term potential. And so if I was alternating every other day a stream and then a video, I think it would be okay. But doing the daily uploads, I think it's hurting that, like, the reach of those videos, because it stops pushing them before they get really ranked in the search ratings. And so I'm just testing out the Twitch side of things to see how it goes. I don't know if we make a full shift or not, but I'm just kind of experimenting and testing right now to see what's going to be better long term. I'm going to look at the videos that we release over the next couple of days and see how they fare in the long term, or like in a few days. Look at the metrics to see if it's worth just switching over. And then if we do, anyone that's a member on the YouTube side, I have a way to right size them over with the Twitch transition. And then Sergeant Licks, it was you. I was wondering if it was you because of the time difference. I sweated really heavily on the Professor X. I had to check after the match if you were still alive. Yeah, no. So I thought you had. I thought you had the Destroyer. I thought you had us absolutely beat there. I thought about dropping Professor X into the right lane when you dropped it in mid, but it was a really good call. Your Professor X absolutely clutched that game for you. I'm so glad that you found the channel and that you jumped over to see if we were live or not. It was a very good game. I'm completely okay with losing big cube games whenever it's like that. It was one of those that we were pretty sure that you had the Destroyer, but we're so early on in pull 3 that I wanted to see it for myself and check it out. And so it was a very good game. I hope that we match up again sometime soon. And hopefully I don't lose too many cubes, but hopefully they're good matches all the way through. Yeah, the Professor X on the right-hand side, it would have ended up triggering, and which would have been pretty nice. So maybe we should have done a Professor X instead of the Wolfsbane, because if they have an Odin now, they absolutely destroy us all the way across the board. They have initiative, so their Odin would go off before ours triggered. Advanced TCG, how's it going? I'm glad that you were able to jump over and join us today. I hope you're having a great day so far. And then Demon, other YouTubers stream on Twitch and then compile the clips into a video and upload on YouTube. I was thinking about doing that, or just doing the videos on demand on like a separate channel, similar to how Regis Kilbin does. But if the support is not on the Twitch side, then maybe I need to pivot. And so we'll see. We'll see. I I think this one's gonna be a retreat. So if they have Odin, that's gonna flood the board entirely. And Ironheart's gonna trigger 4 more times. It's massive. Yeah, we're going to take the 4 cube loss. I almost just skipped and let our Sunspot absorb some energy, but I don't think it's a worthwhile one. We're going to go down to 39 cubes. We had a good streak of gains, then a couple of bad games where we're losing a few cubes. So we'll level the storm. We don't want to do anything too risky. What I have found whenever I'm like logging my games and really paying attention to how many cubes I gain versus how many games I win and lose, a lot of times my losses come in clumps. And I don't know if it's that I play differently or if just matchmaking just kind of leans into some unfavorable matches for a while. But I found that like whenever I was doing the pool 1 and pool 2 testing, so a lot of those losses came in spurts of like 3 or 4 losses in a row and then 10, 15 wins in a row. And so typical snap day. Yeah. And so I think weathering the storm and not doing anything too risky whenever you're on one of those lose streaks is better for that overall cube gain. And then Gamer's Gym. I feel in stream there are 2 little finished pool 3 or in stream, two little finished P3 decks. And so like you're saying we should run our in-game account? Is that in Steam? But Steam carries over from your phone and Steam. Or is it just who you're matching up against? So I think a lot of that might come down to your matchmaking ranking. Depending on who you're matching up against. So if you're early pool 3, you're going to see a lot of like incomplete pool 3 decks as well. And then if you're like maybe rank 40 or 60, you're going to see more of those than you would in 80, 90, 100. If I'm understanding you correctly, gamers. And so we flooded this location. They snapped off of a advanced TCG. You're making full use of the Twitch emojis, which is something that we don't have on YouTube. It's very, very restrictive besides our the ones that we personally made. And so it's nice to see some of these other Twitch emojis come through. So the servers are the same. I believe so. I believe you match up against the same people either way. I think it's just based on your matchmaking ranking at that point. Yep, I'm missing it on YouTube. So you're missing, you're missing the custom emojis, gamer. So the good thing about here is that I already had affiliate status. And so I should be able to do, I think it's 5 emojis that I can upload. They won't all be here, but at least early on in the testing, maybe we can have some of them. Rank will go down 3 tiers. Oh, Sonic, yeah, SGT, thank you. So yeah, Sonic Jill, at the end of the season, rank will drop 3 tiers, 3 full tiers. And so if you're at 90, it'll drop 30 levels from there. If you're at 99, it'll drop 30 from 90. So they're going to be able to see what we play this turn. We win the flooded location. We can always do a Spider-Man into the Shadowland. Actually, let's protect it. Let's do a Spider-Man and our Nightcrawler. I was going to play Nightcrawler to buff up our Angela, but just in case they're going to try and run like a Hobgoblin or a Green Goblin to force us to cap out this location, this allows us that flexibility to move our Nightcrawler out after this turn. The one more is a must. It is. It is, because I said about 20 minutes. I said about 35 minutes ago that we were going to end in about 20 minutes. And so the plus one more is a constant battle. It is a constant struggle. And so they play Vision. They're not going to be able to play anything else here this turn. Unless they can go wide, then they could move their Vision. They could do something that pushed power to the left and right. Otherwise, we're going to have... Right now it's at 2 power. This would push us up. It would push us up to 9. So we would overpower what they have now. But I think what we do, I think we push our Nightcrawler all the way over to the right. We do our Wolfsbane here, and then maybe we just go with an armor and a Sunspot. We're just going to fill out the rest of the lane. I don't think we compete for this one. I think our win conditions are left and right, but we are going to fill it out the rest of the way as well. And then Delinquents, thank you so much for the follow on the Twitch account. I appreciate the follow and the support. I'm glad to have you here. Oh, so they do have something that goes wide. And so they're going to be up to 13 power. We matched their power because we moved our Nightcrawler over to the far right. And so I'm glad that we got that read. I don't know if we win the tiebreaker or not. Because right now we win left by 3. They win... Oh, that is gutting. They win middle by 4. We lose by 1 total power. Very unfortunate. Oh my gosh. That is a big oof. That is one that is incredibly close. Yeah, that one is a oof or an F moment for sure. For sure. Okay, so we're down to 35 cube gains. Let's do a couple more, and then we'll head out for the night. It be like that when Gamers Gym. It does be like that when it bees like that. Ooh, Sergeant, we're matching up against you again. Good luck with your destroyer deck. I wish you the best. Hopefully we gain the cubes back, but I hope you the best. Oh god, turning off the stream. I appreciate it, Sergeant. We'll see you on the other end. So let's go ahead and throw our Iceman into the far right lane. We're gonna start dropping some power over there. They have Nova, which is an interesting drop into Monster Island. Unless they have Killmonger, which they might in a Destroyer deck list. It's better to lose badly than by 1 power. Losing by 1 power is it's a little bit tougher to swallow for sure. But it happens. It happens for sure. I think those are more entertaining. Those are more fun to see. If I get just absolutely slaughtered, I just feel deflated. If it's by 1 power, I walk away feeling like it was a good game, that it was a really solid effort at least. Okay, so they drop Bucky Barnes into the far right lane. Oh, so Carr pulls in our Professor X versus their Killmonger, which is massive. No, it's not. Oh no. Okay, we thought it was massive. We were wrong. The Killmonger destroys the Nova, which buffs this far right lane up enough. That is gonna be a loss. For sure, that's a loss. Oh no, unless we can find more than 16 power in Tinker's Workshop, which I don't think is possible. Let's go ahead and do Sunspot. It was a traitor Sakaar for sure. We didn't deserve all of that. That was a bit harsh. So if we do Jessica Jones, actually we might be able to find the 16 power, right? So if they're running okay. We know that they're running Professor X. So if they do Professor X into the left-handed lane, they have initiative, so our our Shang-Chi wouldn't trigger before Professor X locked down the left lane. We need a big power push in the Sunspot location. And then if we don't have initiative going into that final turn, then we can actually Shang-Chi their destroyer. But with this, so this would push them up to 17. This would push us up by 8. So it would push us up to 17 as well, right? We would tie this lane. I think we can make it happen. Professor X here. Oh, the read was wrong. A Venom. Interesting. Did they shift decks? Oh no. Oh no. Well, we do have a solid Shang-Chi target with the Venom. So we can do armor and Wolfsbane. I don't know if I like the armor play though. I think maybe we do Nightcrawler and Wolfsbane instead. Killmonger's already on the board. So I think in case they have Arnim Zola, we can do Wolfsbane. Taskmaster could be a potential play. And if they have Taskmaster, we might be able to beat their power in Monster Island. We've already committed to the 2 cubes. Let's go ahead and let's see what they play. We might be able to find a win condition here somehow. Shang-Chi is going to be very critical in making sure that we find the win condition, but it's going to be tough. So the Taskmaster does come down in Tinker's Workshop. And then the free Sabretooth. This guy has unlocked all the good cards. Yeah, it does look like that. It does end up being like that when it ends up being like that sometimes. So what did they even do on this last turn? Do they drop a Professor X to lock? Oh, yeah. They could, I mean, maybe they changed their list, but they could drop a Professor X and that locks in one of these 2 lanes. Shang-Chi would clear the 16 power. We easily have this one locked in. We could do armor as a way to push 3 extra power. That's not enough. Okay, let's go ahead and back out for 2 rather than staying for the 4. Sergeant took us for, he's taken us for all of our lunch money. It's another good game by Sergeant. I'm sure, I assume he'll probably pop back in here in a second. But that was a good one. That was a good match, Sergeant. That was big. You had the lead. You had the advantage on us at every step of the way. So it was massive. Very good game again, Sergeant. That is, you are now 2 for 2. So let's go ahead and what do we do here? We can drop Nightcrawler into an armor into a storm, which might be our play line, but I think we skip the first turn instead. You did switch your deck list to the death pool. Yeah, that Sakaar was brutal. That was our enemy. That was a huge one. So I always kind of like Nightcrawler into Bar Sinister, because then we have a lot of flexibility in moving cards around, but it does clog the board a little bit. We can always storm the negative zone location. It gives us a little bit more control in Bar Sinister as well, because then we can drop a couple of cards instead of going all in on one. And so we are going to go with the Nightcrawler play. And then next turn, I think we drop Storm into the negative zone location. We have an army of Nightcrawlers that we can shift around as needed. I actually think we probably snap off of this. Yeah, and with Hala, I think we're okay. I think we're poised to have a pretty good shot at winning this one. We can storm this location. We can always move maybe 2 of the Nightcrawlers and cap it out with a Wolfsbane. Maybe we do something a little bit different as well. We can always drop a Spiderman into Bar Sinister if they don't drop anything on 5, and then use that as a way to push more power there. Crawler, then 1 Blue Marvel, then triple Onslaught. That is the dream play, gamers gym. That created so many. Bar Sinister broke the game in so many ways that it was so much fun to see and kind of play on that day. It was exciting. So we could do 2 Nightcrawler or 2 Icemen here. We have 2 turns to play. If we did 2 Icemen and then moved 1 Nightcrawler out for a Spider-Man, I think we lose some potency. And then Sergeant, you said I do have a lot of nice cards. Overall missing like 38. But still missing a lot of the big things like Sarah, Doom, Thor, and Arrow. Oh, so the Arrow, Thor, those are all some pretty big ones. But you also have some pretty big ones. So once you get pretty decently deep into the pool, it does, you are able to kind of do some decent combos, even if you don't have the, like, I guess all of the powerhouse ones. That's what I like about the game, is that you can still find good decks to build. You just sometimes have to get a little bit more creative. And so I really liked the goal of pushing and unlocking new cards. It gave me a reason to be excited to play every day. And so I really like kind of not having a full collection and having to get kind of scrappy with what we're building and where, to find our conditions to win. So I am going to drop Spider-Man into Bar Sinister. Unless they drop a card there this turn, they won't be able to drop anything at all. But unfortunately they did. I was trying to restrict them from dropping and discarding a lot of cards, because if they can discard a lot of cards, their Morbius actually buffs up. Ooh, okay. So they didn't have one that bounced back into their hand because they've already played the Swarm. So luckily, but I don't think we can find a win condition there. I don't think we can beat 24 power in Bar Sinister. And then if they top deck Apocalypse, which would be their biggest push, is going to be 8 more power and pushes them to 15. We don't have a way to do it. We were really needing them to not play in Bar Sinister on that last turn. And if we did Sunspot, that would be 12. Ooh, so that pushes us to 22. We almost have it in this lane. Had we not moved as many Nightcrawlers over to trigger the Wolfsbane, we'd have one additional and we'd be able to find it. But we're not quite going to be able to get there. We're going to retreat out for 2 versus the 8, and we are on a downward spiral. I think that's like, what is that, 4 in a row that we've dropped? We were at one point up, I think 49. We were almost at 58, and then we've just Sergeant just kicked it off in the wrong direction. Just sent us into that downward spiral. We can push all this off on Sergeant. Not our play, not our deck, but definitely Sergeant. And then Demon, you said you're at 1750. You haven't been as lucky as you. I'm pulling boosters, avatars, and pixels. You'll get there. I think, so the biggest push each week is whenever your weeklies reset, because getting all the way to 25 is a pretty big boom in being able to get additional gold to do like refreshes or credit purchases, depending on how you're pushing your account. And so I think you'll absolutely get there. It's just a little bit of a waiting or patience game for a little while. So Wakanda Embassy hit a lot of our core cards. I think we do armor. We can do Storm into the Wakanda Embassy lane. Nidavellir I like with us having a Shang-Chi. That's going to give us a lot of Shang-Chi targets typically, so that we can swing the location in our favor. So something like a Spider-Man into Nidavellir could be really huge. Let's go with Storm into Wakanda Embassy, and then we'll see if we need to push additional power there. Sergeant, yeah. I don't. The blame's not on you. Sometimes loss streaks happen. It's just weathering them and trying to play and lose as few cubes as you possibly can during that kind of that downside. That allows the upside to kind of maintain. So no, not. I don't blame you at all. I was just teasing, Sergeant. Urko, I pulled a card on 4 of the last 6 caches, but I did get unlucky before, and I know that Second Dinner has gotten a decent amount of grief from implementing the reserves or caches at the tail end of the collection. I have seen nothing but positives come from that. It seems like a shady trade. So like shifting over into the caches instead of your guaranteed cards. But for those of you that didn't play before, at the farthest end of the collection, it was 96 levels between each guaranteed pool. And so now there is, I think it's a 7 reserve or 9 reserve pity timer where you'll at least get a card in between that, however many pulls you end up doing. And so I for me, it feels a lot better. Before, you were completing your collection around 4,000. Now you complete your collection around level like 2,700 through 3,000. So it dropped about 1,000 levels off of pool 3, which is massive. I think it's a massive win, and I think it gets overshadowed sometimes. So we're gonna go ahead and Shang-Chi. Yeah, I was 3,800 when I completed my collection, and so now you can complete it around 2,700, which is a huge win, especially for the free-to-play players. And then they're adding in the collector's tokens, which will be free as well. So only positive things that I've been seeing come out of it. So I think we're going to drop Shang-Chi. We have initiative. If they drop anything large here, they might... Ooh, wait. We don't have enough power in the flooded location. Where do we think they drop their Arnim Zola? If they have an Arnim... If I was them, and if I had an Arnim Zola, where would I drop it? I would drop it into Subterranea, right? Oh man, I don't know. I think it comes down to a read. We're gonna go back to our original. Maybe they drop Arnim Zola into Nidavellir and just push for these two. That's what we're gonna go against. Can we have the read right? If we countered the Arnim Zola based on the read, it's massive. The Arnim Zola does come down. We avoid the loss in the flooded lane from Binks, you're back. We have to believe in the heart of the cards. And we have to believe in the heart of the cards. I'm just glad we chose right. It was a 50-50. It came down to a gut read. We found the read. Binks, it's been a struggle. It's been up and down all night. We were up to like 458 for a while. We got absolutely obliterated by a couple of destroyer decks. It has been back and forth all night. Demon, this is what I was talking about earlier in the stream. Oh, the ups and downs of playing in the beta. Oh yeah. Yeah, so there were definitely some great things. You got a lot of insight, you got a lot of you got to experience it early. Sonic Jill, what time is it there right now? 6 a.m. Super early. Which Binks, you're in Wisconsin. It's super early for you too, right? Do you just keep a kind of an offbeat schedule? I don't really like throwing all of our power onto the board. I think we're just going to drop Scorpion. We hope that they flood a lot of their power onto the board and we can counterplay around it. But maybe we do Sunspot so he absorbs the extra energy. But I don't think we flood all of our cards. Oh, you must sleep well. Sometimes. Sometimes we do. Sometimes we just don't sleep very much. So yesterday, I ended up sleeping until like 5 p.m. And normally I'm up at 7 a.m. every day. And I don't know, I just hit a wall and I slept like 14 hours. Because most of the time during the week, I don't sleep in an incredible amount. Just because I'm juggling work and family and then making our daily content, that usually sleep gets put on the back burner. But that kind of threw off my schedule, and so now I'm up at 6 a.m. So I'm going to try and stay up all throughout today as a way to kind of set my schedule right again. But then again, we have the card refresh tonight, and I want to be fresh and awake for that. So maybe I do a midday nap. And then Yarrow and Wolfsbane. Oh wow, Yarrow and Waltz. Thank you both for following and the support. Thank you for the follow on the Twitch account. I hope that you guys are having a great day so far. So Los Diablos space could open up the flooded location again. Is kind of our only hope. They have a Misty Knight. I think this might be a bot. If not, it's weird to run a Misty Knight with Daredevil and Storm. It doesn't open it back up, unfortunately. We can do a Nightcrawler, which could potentially move over if they don't buff this lane up in some way, shape, or form. How heavily do we lean into Los Diablos base? I think we do Jessica Jones. Next turn we can do Angela. We can do Nightcrawler. Maybe something else. Oof. It's big Shang-Chi. That's a big that's a big Shang-Chi. Binks, I think the most addicting thing about Snap is the feeling of turn 6, trying to weigh every option. That's definitely the biggest draw for me, is trying to outplay and outthink what the opponent is thinking. Whenever you get it correct, it feels so satisfying. And then sometimes you're just completely off base. Like sometimes I'll be like, I'll be thinking, and I'm like, they're going to anticipate that I play this here, and so I'm going to anticipate the anticipation and switch it, and then they just play like the most straightforward play, and I just outplay myself. Those do feel bad, but just having those kind of all those variables feed in is definitely part of the addiction. Just Sonic Geo, no work today. Nope, no work today. So I live near Houston. Princess Bride feels it definitely, yeah, it definitely is. So I live in Houston, and the Astros won the World Series, and so these schools nearby closed because there's going to be a big parade for the Astros. There's going to be a big parade, a big celebration, and they didn't think students were going to be able to get to and from school, and so the schools closed. With that, a lot of jobs closed as well, so like non-essential stuff kind of closed down because they're not going to be able to drive and have the business either. And so I got a free day off work that I found out about like at 8 p.m. this evening. But I'm excited for it. That's the only reason I stayed up today, so I'll be able to do a midday nap. So I don't know that we have a great play here. We lose the flooded location. They locked in our Nightcrawler, so we can't push it over into the flooded lane. But we win the ruins. It just comes down to if they have a big enough play. I think this is a bot, but we're gonna let it play out. I'm not confident enough to snap just because a turn 6 3 power is not a big push. But we're gonna let it play out to see what it. Oh, so the 8 power ends in a tie. We win the tiebreaker, right? They win by 2, we win by 4. That's one of those generous spots that are giving us the win condition. Nice, enjoy. Yeah, so it was a surprising day off, and so I'm going to use it to kind of prep a few videos for tomorrow. That way I can stream once the reset happens. I want to stream on my main account. And I have a deck list that I think is going to be really, really solid with what is suspected to be the new card. And I won't say the new card in the chat just in case anybody doesn't want spoilers or doesn't like spoilers. I try to keep that up to you guys. If you hear about it or if you know about it, you can absolutely find it. But you're not going to hear it from me. But I have a deck that I think is going to be incredibly solid coming into the new season. And so I'm excited to kind of try that out and maybe try it out on stream for a little while if I get my videos done early. Didn't they show him on the launch trailer? They show a lot of different cards and things on the launch trailer. And so nothing has been confirmed for any particular release date. There's a lot of unreleased cards right now. So I don't know that they've officially said what it's going to be. But I do think we know beyond a reasonable doubt what it will be. Gamers, 15 hours until the new season? Oh no, it's that soon. I need to prep a video. I need to sleep and oh man. And then we streamed all night. All right, so we will end probably after this one. That way I can catch a little bit of sleep and then wake up to prep a video for tomorrow. And then at the very least tomorrow night after reset, I'm gonna smash out a gameplay video, and then I'll be live again at that point. But let's use our storm. I think we use storm into the far right lane. I think we're competing for Kamartaj, and oh well, the cloak is kind of unfortunate. So we can move Iceman over. We can do Jessica Jones. I did kind of want to drop Jessica Jones into Kamartaj just because it's such a big power push potential. But I think next turn we favor Spiderman instead. And so let's go with Jessica Jones into the flooded lane. We need a way to win that location. And then we can always do a Spider-Man Mojo World if we think we can outpower them or out card number them in that location. They could have a Professor X though. Or they could have a Heimdall. We drew Professor X. I think we go with Spider-Man and Sunspot. Actually, last time didn't we pay the price because of Killmonger? Killmonger swung it out of our favor. I think we tried anyways. We're gonna lock in the Spider-Man and the Sunspot. I think they probably flood Mojo World, knowing that they see this card combo coming down, so that we have to outpower them and match their cards. Killmonger and move. Gamers, I don't know. I've seen some things tonight. My eyes have been opened. I've seen some combinations that I did not think anybody ran. And so I think that's kind of the fun of being in the lower brackets of pool 3, is that people still have to get really scrappy because they don't have all the cards. And so you don't see as much copy paste exact deck lists. And so I don't know, it's kind of fun because it's much harder to anticipate at that point. Okay. Interesting. So Teddy runs Killmonger and move. Yeah, in pool 2, Killmonger's such a critical critical counter card. So they move our cards over. We lock them out of Kamartage. If they have a Heimdall, they can drop it here. But that leaves them only one card in this location. So if we do armor, that brings us up to 4, 5, 6, 7. This skipping with 2 energy will bring us up to 8, 9. So we beat them unless they do a Heimdall. But if they do a Heimdall, that's going to shift these 2 cards over. They only have 1 here, and then we're going to have 2 in this location. I don't see a way that they can win this one unless they have unless they have something that goes wide. Wouldn't they have 3 mid? Oh, you're right. You're right. I'm definitely getting sleepy. They would have 3 in mid because Daredevil and Cloak. They would have 3 mid. They would outpower us and outcard us. So the Heimdall would have been their win condition. I'm guessing they didn't have it though. So luckily they didn't have it. But with that one, we're gonna end the stream at a nice odd 43 cubes for the day. Not a terrible climb. Not quite to 60. We'll probably finish that off tomorrow before the season resets. But I am going to go ahead and end the stream there. Thank you guys for everybody that jumped in onto this impromptu late night stream. Especially with it being on Twitch, outside of our normal location. I hope that you guys have a fantastic night, evening, morning, whatever time it is for you guys there. I'm going to go ahead and end it. I'm going to catch a rest. I will see you guys on tomorrow's video or on tomorrow's stream. As always, this has been TLSG. Later, guys.